this appointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Baka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Baka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Baka, if all of them were thinking the President Baka and behaving the President Baka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence suspect any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water in infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Boga can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put a hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Boakai presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Boakai is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There won outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in the town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
Charles Taylor is the problem. He will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital rule, small, B rule, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God his glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talks about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect a irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect a irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today is the first day of the week. This is April 27, 2026. And from a beautiful city here on the east coast of Florida, I say, welcome. I am Jerome Gayman. Let's begin the week on a positive note. Share this show. Let us know where you are tuning in from so we can send a shout out to your folks, our collective folks. Our families and friends. Daniel Sharif is the first to tune in, share this show, but he didn't tell us where he tuned in from. So we can't send a shout out to all his families and friends in his neighborhood. But today is first day of the week, and to my friends and families in the great city of Buchanan, Grand Bassa County, I say welcome to you guys. Share the show, join the conversation. Let us know where you are tuning in from. Aha, Chris Brown. So Brown says he's watching from the port city of Buchanan. Just took the word out of my mouth. Chris Brown Zekepa from Grand Bassa. Emmett Yesia Jr. following from Bong County, Banga. Yes, the closing argument is alive and kicking in Grand Bassa County, Lower Buchanan, Banga, City, Bong County. Welcome to the show to all my brothers and sisters in the great state or county of Bong. The second county, second capital of the Republic of Liberia, Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. We say welcome to you all. Share the show, send us your comment, let us know what's on your mind. Obviously, I have to still go over my disclaimer here. We are expecting a very important guest. Dr. Clarence Monuba is going to be in the house to be our guest. We're going to be talking about political issues. Obviously, he's running for president. If he's running for president, he has to have some prescription as to how we're going to solve the platitude of issues in the Republic of Liberia, things that are conflicting us. The economy, healthcare, education, agriculture, security. All of these things are going to be discussed, and I know he has a manifesto that addresses all of these things. Now, as the election comes closer, you're going to find politicians making their rounds. Dr. Clarence Monuba is no stranger to this platform. He shows up anytime you call upon him to come and give his view on issues. One of the issues we're going to be stressing, we're not hiding this, is we're going to be pressing him on his praise for the elections commissioner that was nominated or appointed by President Joseph Boakai, a man with whom almost everybody except people from the Unity Party agrees with. We do not find him as a neutral arbiter of justice when it comes to electoral processes in the Republic of Liberia based on his past. So most people felt that he was not the right man for the job because he has been in that position before. And his past performance is the basis for folks are saying that he is not the right man for the job. But contrary to what the folks are saying, Dr. Clarence Monuba agrees with President Boakai. And some are saying Dr. Monuba is a young man. We are all talking about moving forward. Yet Joseph Boakai looked in his bag of tricks and picked an old hand, as though there's no other young woman or young man in the country that is capable of doing the job. Yet Dr. Clarence Monuba said Joseph Boakai has picked the most qualified. Folks are saying maybe because they are all from the county of Lofa. So it is tribal and county solidarity. That's what some people are saying. So he will be here to give his side of the story, and we are going to push and push harder every time. I don't know if the president had the courtesy or gave the courtesy to Dr. Monuba to consult with him and say, listen, you were in opposition. If I were to consult with you, who would you recommend that would be neutral enough to be accepted by everyone? And I'm sure Dr. Clarence Monuba would not have picked Mr. Weedall. I stand to be corrected. But in addition to that, he's going to be quilled on other stuff. On the front page of Front Page Africa, it says Liberia Sierra Leone face renewed scrutiny over crackdown on dissent, foreign lawmakers' expulsion, and the sentencing to 4.5 years of an opposition female from the APC in Sierra Leone. Liberia began the game by what some call as silencing voices in the opposition, beginning with an illegal imprisonment of Prophet Key. Followed by the expulsion of Yeka Koluba, another vocal opposition. Today we saw in the House has officially complained to the Senate to begin the process of expelling Kamara. Where does it end? Some are saying the snake is eating its own baby or babies. A little over 2 years ago, the prophets of the world were the bullhorn used by Joseph Boycott when he said, I will dance with any devil as long as I win. And he did. During his inauguration, Prophet Key had a front row seat. As long as they got him to power, got rid of the opposition, which were at the time, President Weah, he didn't care who Prophet Key was. Yeka Koluba was the known villain, the tormentor of the previous government, stood on police cars, barefooted, insulting the sitting president and degrading the office of the president. And Joseph Walker called him his nephew. Everybody saw Amara Kane controlling the war room and weeping at the victory of Joseph M. Boakai. Today, he's being targeted to be removed and expelled from the Senate because he provided information that is readily available on YouTube, Wikipedia, American Factbooks, on the regular Google. That Liberia has a military force of 2,000. We said this here a million times. Let me welcome the uncensored Fanta Kamara, FK. Welcome to the show.
Hello, Mr. Gayman. How are you? Thank you so much. How are you doing?
I am doing exceedingly well, and we are expecting Dr. Monuba to come and sit on a hot seat. let him give us the prescription to our problem, the economy, healthcare.
Do you think he's going to show up?
I think so. He's a man of his word. He's prepared.
Good.
I know his manifesto is good enough to come and address these issues. We want to talk about agriculture. How do we feed ourselves? We want to talk about healthcare. A promising young man just died in flight to the States. Diabetic, couldn't even find common medication on the ground. Trying to make his way to Minnesota, died 30,000 feet in the air over the Atlantic Ocean. The former CDC chair, George Solo. So let's see what Dr. Monuba has in store for us as it relates to healthcare in a republic. We were talking about the censorship of opposition, what just happened to our sister in the APC in Sierra Leone. She was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison for being vocal against the ruling establishment. The folks are saying they have taken a page out of Liberia's book. We're going to talk about that. Then we're going to talk about district number 8 in Nimba County. The district number 8, the representative said if Musa Belete brings his developmental nonsense to my district, we will kill him or he will lose his life, something of that nature. Crazy. What he failed to do, someone is promising to do it. He says, you bring it to my district, that will be the end of your life. We'll talk about that because look, the CMC is in district number 8. Exactly what this man didn't want. Vice President Coons sets 10-day deadline for illegals and illegally operating businesses in Liberia without the legal permits. He said there are Nigerians, Guineans, Ghanaians, Sierra Leoneans, Ivorians in our country taking over the economy from our folks. So some are asking, is it all about the folks or you need revenue because you are saying they have 10 days to be in compliance? So even if they took Liberia's job, but they came and paid their fees, you don't mind, you will take their fee and they're back in business. We discussed that. And then we want to also touch on Moima Briggs, Representative Moima Briggs of Bond County proposed presidential appointment of 15 women to the House to address the gender inequity quota. They crush stone by hand to feed their family and their children. They have no inclusion. This is a very, 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 very touchy subject. And we're going to discuss. These are beautiful young women. Their lives are being wasted. They are crushing rocks, using their bare hands just to make a living. The country left them behind, or the leadership of our country left them behind, as they have done 90% of the people. ECOWAS Minister chart new path to eliminate malaria by 2050. 2050. Fanta, I think you would be very old. I would be dead and gone. Malaria will have killed me. And they say hopefully 2050. Centaur, Swedish embassy hosts inter-university integrity debate to combat corruption in higher education. We've been saying this thing over and over. I don't care how much, how many workshop you have. It has nothing to do with workshop. The folks leave these workshops and they go back to something they call it Liberia, a very popular phrase, return to status quo ante. They come from stealing. You go to a workshop, they say, don't steal. They leave from there. On their way home, they are stealing the chairs, the desks, the tablecloth, the leftover food. These are people who just left Do Not Steal campaign and workshop. So these are the topics. Fanta, what's on your mind?
What is on my mind? Oh man, too many things happening. But
okay.
You know what? In the midst of chaos, you have to identify a guardrail and keep focused and grounded to a particular event that truly has I wouldn't just say a beneficial outcome, but measurable outcome, especially one that is catastrophic, as the Bee Mountain exploitation of the people in Grand Cape Mount County and Bon County, specifically Grand Cape Mount County. And so in the midst of this chaos where every 2 seconds there's something else, I'm trying really hard to stay focused on that. Because it's so easy to get distracted, and I do not want to take my foot off that pedal, not for the slightest moment. As we know, our news cycle, news comes to the cycle one day and is a big topic for a couple of days, and it dies down. This one is just way too important for me to allow it to die down. You have actual loss of life, you have ongoing exploitation, you have legislative benefiting from the sweat, blood, and tears of the people that they were empowered to serve. So you have all of the ingredients of political crimes, human crimes, or crime against humanity, environmental crimes. This one story encapsulates, I would say, all of the issues that we continue to see on a daily basis. And that's why it's so important not to take my eyes off of it. So I'm staying very much focused on taking Bee Mountain to task for the people of Grand Cape Mount County and Liberia at large. And I really want to thank you for adding your name to that petition. Thank you so much, and for sharing it with your circle. We really appreciate it, because this is really about Liberia. I also want to shout out Mr. Nagbe. I saw he also signed it. His family has signed it as well, and he shared it as well. So I'm very grateful. Thank you so much, Mr. Nagbe, and each and everyone who have affixed their signatures to that change.org petition. It is currently live. If you haven't done it yet, please do go ahead and sign that petition, because it is truly going to be a significant failure on all of our parts if we're not able to do just this one thing, this one time. Because every day, as you know, we come here and we talk about the issues affecting our people, and often people ask, what are you doing about it? What are you going to do about it? You're just going to talk about it. Well, we don't want to talk anymore. We want to actually roll up our sleeves and get something done here. And so that's what's on my mind, and that's what I'm focused on. And I thank you so much for all of your support and your help thus far. I truly believe that we have a case here that we should not turn away from. The evidence are too overwhelming. The crimes are too egregious for us to just look the other way and consider it to be just another news. So that's what I'm focused on, taking Bee Mountain to task.
Excellent, excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are from Liberia and the Cape Mount, Bummy area, this is something that you should take very seriously. You should have your name attached to the petition that is going around. It's been circulated for your signature. If I were you, I would love, as a person from that particular area, I would love to have my name, a name to be one of the firsts on that list. So tomorrow, when the roll is being called, when we are no longer here, your name will be called. You can answer, or your children, your forebear can answer that call, that yes, we stood up when no one could stand. It is time for you to sign this petition. You know, in the Basa parable, in the Basa tradition, they have a parable. They say one of the most fiercest animals in the world is snake. But snake doesn't know his power. So he becomes a loner. He does everything by himself. Just imagine the venom that snake has. If you saw 1,000 snakes coming, the whole world will run. But he becomes solitary. He's a loner. So any old lady from the farm can just murder him, just take a piece of steak and beat him on the side of his head and he's dead. And guess what? Snake dies with its venom. But if you had 1,000 snakes coming toward Grand Bassa County, the whole county would move. This is what we are talking about, how powerful we are as a group. Individually, yes, we have strength, we have venom, we can speak, we are educated, we have all the ingredients of power. But as an individual, you stand no chance against these mountains. So the folks from Grand Cape Mount County, headed by Fanta, have decided to just don't make this thing a Cape Mount thing. It's a Liberian thing. But especially if you are from that area, this is your fight. Mm-hmm. You need to join this fight. Fanta, tell us, where can we find this petition? How can we do it? How readily is it available to the folks? How can we sign? People want to sign up on this. Look at the rivers.
Yeah.
Look at the rivers in Cape Mount County. This is Sinai.
Yes. Yeah, and this was, this photo is of the spills going directly into the river, and that blue color water that you saw where they now tried to pass off as an attraction is not an attraction. That is cyanide in the river. And those are photos from the AP, the Associated Press, when they flew all the way down to little old Liberia to do an investigation about the atrocities, the environmental terrorism that was happening right in the neck of our woods. And they took upon themselves and their resources to conduct this thorough investigation, and was able to put what I would consider a bombastic report together. And Liberia government themselves, the EPA, have recorded on record 4 toxic spills over the years. And just this photo, like, we're talking about food self-sufficiency, and you see entire rivers of rivers of dead fish. So the rivers now are being poisoned with cyanide and arsenic that is resulting in eroding the very food that our people have relied on for so many years, for hundreds of years. Our ancestors have relied on those rivers. They're taking out nearly $3 billion every year from Liberia. And now leaving the people, look at even the dog. Even the dog went to drink the river water, and the dog ended up dying. Needless to say, the people, and it's so funny because those fish that you're seeing, when this first started happening and the people came across these dead fish, they were thinking to themselves, wow, this must be a gift from God. We wake up and we don't have to go fishing. Here are all these dead fish. Wow. Amazing. So immediately, not even thinking twice that someone could do this to another human being, they started eating the fish, Mr. Gayman. You know what happened to them? They became grossly sick, started vomiting, throwing up obsessively, them and their children. And then it's been so heartbreaking because there are all these weird illnesses that have all of a sudden erupted in this part of the country. But where is the medical facility to actually determine what's happening to these people? They're non-existent. So you have people dying from what they think is diarrhea. When you look at the symptoms of cyanide and you look at the symptoms of arsenic or the afterlife effect, throwing up, right? Vomiting is definitely part of that. I would implore the audience to definitely do that. Just look up cyanide symptoms or arsenic symptoms. It's throwing up. And in Liberia, when people are throwing up, they go to the hospital, they tell them, oh, you have diarrhea. So imagine how many caskets have been buried in the ground of young people, of older people, of children who died from so-called diarrhea. The level of violation is just astronomical. And we can just no longer continue to sit back and consider this to be just another concession story. This is not just another concession story. This is not just another exploitation story. This is the defining moment for all those who consider themselves reformers and transformers and leaders. This is the defining moment of our nation, where we either stand up and say no more, or we continue to just lend lip service, because that's all we can do. The time to act is now. And as I mentioned, the Myean, if you can share the photo of the petition, or I can send it to you right here. It is on change.org. It is called Blood River. If you Google B Mountain, it's called Blood River. And it has the photo of the youth who went to protest, and I believe 4 of them were shot dead. The one was shot in the head. Imagine a 17, 18-year-old boy landing a bullet in his head because they went to protest for the lack of jobs and resources that were supposed to be in the corporate social responsibility for B Mountain when they ratified that concession. So the youth took upon themselves to go and exercise their constitutional right, and what they met were bullets. Imagine mothers having to bury their children because they went to protest for lack of job, something that the company was supposed to provide. And then our politicians sit there rather than them having been empowered by the people as representatives, as senators, as presidents, members of Liberia, to advocate on these young men's behalf. No one till this date has been prosecuted. No one. Not one person has been held responsible. 4 young people were shot point blank to death. The homes of the people in that region are being shattered by the blast of the mines that they're not even supposed to be using. These are supposed to be controlled demolitions. But instead, what they're using is shattering the people in that region homes. Imagine most of our people in the rural areas build their homes with dirt block, what we call dirt block or mud block, right? And then you're using such explosives without any type of consideration for their homes. Part of the photos, if you even Google the AP report, you will see these people's homes are being shattered. Then they tried to move them or to relocate them. And the homes that they quote unquote built to relocate them, very much of a Firestone story. The home that the quote unquote relocated them to are inadequate. So this is a real quagmire situation that we have on our hands here. And I'm calling the entire Liberia, because while this is happening in Grand Cape, it's affecting Bapolu, it is affecting Bomi as well. And for those who are environmentalists, you have the Gola Forest. That's Sierra Leone, part of that Gola Forest. Sierra Leone now has turned into a national park, while Liberia is being destroyed. Endangered species as the forest elephant, the chimpanzees, right, are being killed. Our ecosystem is being destroyed. For what? So is Sierra Leone smarter than us? Perhaps they are. That's why we self-harm and then justify it with a few dollars. We kill our people for a few dollars. We have to say no more. The time to put all of that to an end stops here. And if you are a Liberian, you should be first and foremost, affixing your signature to this petition. Because the Western region is only the beginning. You have Bomi, Bapolu, and Grand Cape. It's only the beginning. You have this happening in Bon County. You have this happening with also China Union. You have this happening in Grand Bassa with LAC. This is not a Cape Mount problem. This is a Liberia problem. This is a West Africa problem. This is a sub-Saharan Africa problem. This is an African problem. When are we going to stand up and speak out? Or are our voices only too good And we can only talk about things that often result into no true measurable benefits. Here is an opportunity for all those activists, advocates, concerned citizens out there, Pan-Africanists. Here is a real opportunity to truly make a difference for the people of Africa, the people of sub-Saharan Africa, the people of West Africa, and the people of Liberia.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not Obapolu, this is not a Keep My Issues. It's like the whole body of us here, your entire body. Guess what? When you stump your toes, yes, even though it's a tiny part of your body, you start getting headache. Your eyes start running, Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Our guest will be here as soon as he arrives. We will bring him on. And obviously, I'm sure he will address the issue of the environment, the issue of the economy, agriculture. He's going to address all of those things. Let me welcome Johnny. Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you, Fanta, for keeping the show going. Let me also appreciate all our viewers and listeners for taking all their time, bringing their data, their energy in their radio to listen to us. And let me appreciate all of them. We honor you guys. Thank you, Mr. Gayman and Fanta.
Thank you, Johnny.
Great. Johnny, we have a special guest, somebody that you never met before. I'm sure you don't know him. His name is Dr. Clarence Monuba. I don't know if you ever saw him, but a frequent visitor to the show. He will be here to discuss most of these issues. I know his platform will address these things, especially the health of people, the environment. And no campaign, no presidential candidate has the most qualified staff as you are. None. So Dr. Monuba should be very proud of himself for bringing you into the fold. So when we are talking about the folks, you are the direct representative of the folks because you are there with them.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Gayman, just really quickly, this is what the petition looks like on change.org. And then we have an active effort in the county under Voice of Kip Mount. So we have paper petition going around in the county to have our older people who do not have smartphones or access to the internet, so that they are also part of this process, because the goal is to be super inclusive and ensure that we capture the voices of everyone. So Myean, if you go to the next photo, so if you see this banner going around, it's called, the organization is Voice of Kip Mount. And as I was speaking about earlier, it has the photo of our deceased youth on there. You see the amount of gold that is being produced right here in Liberia. And one of the photos on there are of the young man who was shot bluntly in the head. For those who like to deny and say, hey, it never happened. Here it is, right, that we don't have to go searching for it. This is the true evidence. So thank you. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you very much, guys. Go to the internet and sign. And if you don't have access to it, you're in the area, get a physical copy and attach your name, affix your name to it. But Johnny, welcome to the show. And these are the things that you were talking about the first time I met you last year, the plight of the folks, including this particular photo that I want you to look at. We look at this, we've seen this photo before, but we're going to show it again because it comes out. This is a beautiful young lady. She's sitting in Myean. If you can put picture up, if you can find it, that's fine. But you can see how beautiful this young lady is. She could have been a nurse, a doctor, a sociologist, or whatever. But this is what she said. She said, this is what my country have done for me, and this is what I can do. So 5 o'clock in the morning, she and other ladies are crushing rocks with her bare hands. to barely make ends meet. The basic necessity of life she doesn't have. She's crushing rocks. Our nation has condemned her for the rest of her life. She will be a rock crusher. And then people wonder why our life expectancy in Liberia is maybe, if you're lucky, you reach 50, 60, you are very old. Johnny, this is the Liberia that we are going to bequeath to the next generation.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman and Fanta and our audience, this is something that I think all well-meaning Liberians should be considering and thinking about. You know, when I heard Fanta discussing the plight of our people around the Mani area, it's not strange to me. I mean, I've been around. You're talking about Kehleboe. Go even up to Lofa along the Via River. Go down into the southeast, into Grand Crew. You understand? Go to Barrable and see what people are doing on these waters, where they are mining gold and mining diamond. And sometimes when I'm opportune to be around these places, I see things happening. And the first question I ask myself is, do we have a government? Do we have a governance system that knows what is happening here to curtail these things? You know? And besides the mining process, the miner goes on. Some of the chemicals they are using here in those areas, those chemicals are banned by global organizations. People here in Liberia, we sit freely and allow people to do anything in this country. Anything in this country, anything. People were driven from Ghana, from gold mines. Today, they are all here in Liberia, all in the villages and villages, all in Bapu, in Lofa, in Bombing, in Kehleboe. Go to the southeast, Grand Crew, Sino, Maryland, River G, Grand Gita. Wherever mineral is, people are there. I mean, and they're not just doing the mineral business within the confines of restricted regulations and everything. They're doing it the way they think it is. The things that they were doing in foreign country that they were driven from, that they are the things that they are doing here in Liberia. But what has not bothered me is, I believe Liberian people do not know what is good for them. They do not know how to protect themselves or to advocate for themselves. And if you try to be the one to advocate for them, yeah, you got to put up a strong, tough skin for them, because while you are trying to protect them and advocate for them, they are also the one trying to destroy you or even remove you from whatever you are doing. So, you know, when I listen to Fanta was speaking, I mean, I was so much like, my God, how many of us in Liberia are conscious about our surroundings and we are prepared to take issues up? Because some of the things that are happening to us in this country that we are allowing to go, and I mean, we have no interest. They are the things that in other countries they were not allowed to happen. Citizens will stand up, they will resist, they will post something, or they will speak. And I know in one of my training at the Carson at the time, freedom of speech is not just verbal speech, but your action and inaction is also sign of speech. If you decide not to do certain things that you know will benefit the country because you are being heard, that is form of freedom, that is form of speech. Right? It ain't gotta be that you shouting. But if you decide, look, from today on, we will not do this. What the government says, they can come and kill all of us. We're not going to comply with it because the government is not taking care of us. And that goes back to the point of people saying being patriotic and being nationalistic. If a group of people in legislature can decide to expel one of their colleagues because he made a statement that is linked to a very statement made by the president concerning land matter, right? I say, President Barker says, God is not making new land. Therefore, the Guineans saying, God is not making new land, therefore, Guineans are taking their land. And that becomes an issue that our people will rest on and act based on. They say, Koloba is not patriotic, it's not nationalistic. But you put that as a government, and people are killing people through these actions that they are taking that are taking place on our rivers, destroying the fishes, destroying the water. People are getting sick with all kinds of diseases and dying. So between Seleke Kromah's statement and the action of government, and the action and inaction of government to protect your citizens' life, honor government these processes, who is more patriotic, who is more nationalistic? They have to raise the consciousness of our people to understand that people are taking off a ride in Liberia. They are taking a people for ride. When they make one lay play black, the Kokota role, they feel that they have succeeded. They have done everything for us. Therefore, we should worship them. Meanwhile, our children do not have access to even a fitting classroom that will be decent for the city and learn. The learning environment of young people in this country is still, it's just unimaginable in this country. Go to hospitals in this country. You can hardly get the best treatment. To get best treatment in a hospital, you gotta have a contact with some person in our hospital that will help you to. You go out to ordinary persons, they treat you ordinarily. I'm sorry for you. So I don't know what's happening with us. I don't know whether our program is helping Liberian people to understand and rethink and take action. But Liberians have to hold their government accountable. Stop worshiping your government. We have not reached the point yet to be complacent. We have a lot to do with this country. Those living in Peaceville can attest to me. We have gone almost 5 weeks without running water. In the morning, you got children running around looking for open wells, hand pump input neighborhood to fetch water for their homes. In the 21st century, almost 5 weeks, we've been out of water. And a friend of mine told me, Johnny, I told you a long time, dig your borehole. He said, oh, you want to rely on your government, they'll supply water. Right now, I'm convinced by that kind of statement, I will have to do a borehole because I can't afford to keep my children running around from place to place to go fetch water in the neighborhood. And we still got a government that care for us. So is this government patriotic and nationalistic to us as citizens? Or then young men made a statement about the borderline issue and they're trying to make out an issue they went and they say they want to experience. So what kind of country do we have? Where is that? If the first thing is, where did that idea come from? To say we should expect Seleke Kromah because he made a statement. How is that statement so genial to us compared to people taking natural resources from their country with no reserve, no direct benefit, and people are still living in poverty in those communities? Go to Kamara, all what I hear fans talking about, these are places that have been around, same places like that. And the water remains dirty all 2 years because they are money, they are digging, they are just doing anything there.
Yep, they are
doing anything, anyway, anyhow.
Yeah, but Johnny, they are not to cut you off, but if you grew up in the Mana River area, you saw what happened a few years ago. But before that, let me welcome Victor Nagbe. Victor, welcome to the show. You look more relaxed after that caviar you've been eating with the president. You look like a guy who's been drinking some champagne, Dom Perignon, not palm wine. The man from Lofa don't drink palm wine no more. He's drinking Dom Perignon.
It's good to be back with you guys. Fanta, how are you? Johnny, you notice anything different about Johnny? People are saying he looks lighter today. He looks first of all, he's not in black and white. You notice that?
No, the man in green and Lofa, he Lofa defender.
He's been vacationing.
I'm getting some feedback. Let's mute when we're not talking.
Yeah, but listen, it's good to be with you. I was listening to some of what you were saying in the back, and Fanta, thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it. I actually really dig. I had a lot of free time, so I read through the whole thing, and I was aghast, by what I was reading. And I raised this with some of the government's handlers. I was also aghast by the reaction that they got. They seem to feel helpless about B Mountain. I was surprised. They are challenging the opposition to lift this problem and magnifying it. I'm saying to myself, what? What are we talking about? It sounds almost like what the vice president is doing, right? You're the vice president of the Republic of Liberia, for Christ's sake. You're going to complain Some people are fronting for foreigners. We know they're not the owners of the business. So what are you going to do about it, Mr. Vice President? What are you going to do about it? You're going to go and whine? He went to Big Mountain again. He was claiming, surprise, feigning, I would say, at the amount of resources that these people are taking out of our country. So I had a conversation, amongst several things we talked about. I will tell you as we go along the show. But it's Big Mountain thing, and I was asking him, are you guys really aware of what is happening? And I told him there's a petition that's been lifted. I highlighted from that, and I shared it on my website as well. And I told them, you guys, they know. They know about the atrocities that are occurring in Cape Mountain, where this mountain is. And I was very hurt by the apparent helplessness. All of the handlers I talked to, I didn't talk to everyone, but the ones that I talked to, they seem to be resigned to the fact that Big Mountain is so powerful. There's nothing they can do about it. They're hoping the opposition will lift this problem and do something about it, And I was I said, what is this? I mean, the government, I hope this is not the official attitude of the government, but certainly those who I talk to, I mean, these are in the inner and the most inner of the government's inner circle. And they were throwing up their hands about Big Mountain, and I was just like, this is sad. So yeah, I think we should all really do whatever we can. This is on change.org. If you have a chance, take a look at it. I share it on my website, and I encourage a few of all of my friends I know to take a look at it. We need to lift it up and get it the amount of signatures that is required so that they can pick it up. Because the one thing I know, these major companies that she listed, Nvidia, Apple, and all of these companies, they are very sensitive to these kind of things. And I'm sure once we can petition can garner just that minimum required threshold, I am sure Disney, all these people, I am sure they will disavow and cut ties with these people. I mean, they've done it before. So I want to actually, Fanta, I knew you were lifting this, but when I read it, the kind of detail, the message that is contained in there, the reason for this appeal, I have to extend to you my deepest, appreciation and gratitude for lifting this. I think our people deserve this kind of help. If not from the government of the Republic of Liberia, then we all should rally and do the best we can to highlight this issue so that those who are concerned, who are buying from this company that is pillaging our resources, and then on top of that, brutalizing our people. You're talking about people are holding meeting and they bring a drone over here for why? To identify the people in the meeting and then retaliate against them. And these are not even whistleblowers. These are people who are just coming to a meeting to consult on the common good of the environment. So I was hurt by this. I'm sorry I tend to go off sometimes, but Fanta, I want to thank you. And Jerome, I'm sure you've signed it. I was looking for your name. I didn't see it. If you didn't sign it yet, you're in trouble because I'm coming to your house tonight. If you didn't sign it yet, I know you did. I was looking through some of the names. So, but Fanta, thank you very much. I think this is a very, very, very significant issue that I think should have been highlighted a long time ago. I was just kind of surprised, but I met some of your friends, Jerome. They asked me to extend.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nagbe.
Yeah, I met some of your friends, and they told me to say hello.
Nope, not for that go.
Oh, they're not your friends now. So I met Jackie. Jackie extended a greeting.
Yeah.
I met Cole, our friend from FOL. Very personable, And I'll be honest. In fact, she came to me and said, "Look, I just seeing you in person now. I don't even know why I've been fighting with you, but I think you and I were back." So we became friends on Facebook and all of that. And she sent her regards to you. I met Hassan Hussein, Fadiga. You know, they were there. Of course, Kofi had a lot of time on his hands, so we had a lot of conversation. You know, Anthony Casey was very gracious. My wife, you know, was supposed to have been on the program, and they misspelled her name and did all kinds of stuff, but he was able to quickly. So I want to send my regards, you know, to Anthony Kessler in spite of everything. He told me not to bring any of that up. I said, okay, I won't. But I also wanted to, you know, send a shout out to Angela Connie. Angela, she hosted my wife and I. A very, very nice woman. I think she has a local NGO. She told me she is I think she already wrote a grant about to get funding for childhood education in Liberia. She wants to do a project there. So, Angela Connie, if you're listening, you know, I want to say, you know, thank you so much for all that you did over the weekend, you and the team. So, but I'm happy to be back with you guys. Some of the people are aware of FOL. Some of the people on that side have never heard of FOL, not FOL, TCA. They never heard of Spoon. I was surprised. So, I'm sure today now they're watching because, you know, I told them that, you know, we'll come around this time. We're 3 hours ahead of them. So when we're on, it's just
2 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 hours. So right now it's around 3 o'clock over there. But it's good to be with you all.
Yeah, I think you need to have your glasses checked, your lenses. If you didn't see my name on our list, then you need to. Your optometrist is it might be from Foya.
From Foya. Oh, yeah. I saw Joe Mama, the engineer. You know, I didn't have a chance to talk to him before he was telling Reppy. I mean, you know. And I looked at it. I said, "Oh, so this is the $10 million project." But anyway, the president's son was there. The president introduced his son. This was Jerome, and again we'll carry on with the show. This was supposed to be an honoring program, but I think there's a lot of expectations from this program. The president, like I said, the Minister of Agriculture was there. Minister of Information was there. The Deputy Minister of Public Works, this Prince Tamba, much talked about, was there.
Yeah, but this is just an honoring program. Why they brought the whole government?
Thank you very much. The president carried, and I heard some of the Nigerians murmuring because there were people there honored from Sierra Leone, the Gambia. It was not the president alone. I think there were 7 or 8 other people giving different awards. The president delegation carried almost 25 people on his delegation. Nantana Kwabo got on stage, forgot some of the people. Imagine that, Jerome. You would think you would have a list written down. He went on the people's podium, recognizing the president's cabinet off the top of his head. He had to go back twice. Even then, he left some of the people out. But the president carried almost 25 people. So the Minister of Information was there. You know, your boy, your Niji boy.
Yeah.
Jerry Levin was there. And guess who and I were, almost housemates. He kept coming by Robert Paden, the guy, Tomalin bestie from the International Maritime Organization, Robert Paden. He was there. And so the president, I think there's a lot of expectation from this program. The Deputy Minister of State, Mamaka, was there. There's a whole lot of high-power delegation. I didn't see Dr. Monuba there, but maybe he was on the sidelines.
He was one of those that forgot.
I wasn't in the picture. I wasn't in the photo.
You're in the photo. You're not in the picture.
He was one of those that forgot, but he didn't go back the third time to recognize it. Let me welcome Dr. Monuba. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, everyone. Of course, I'm always happy to come on.
Where are you now?
I'm in Liberia.
Okay, I can see the background is kind of dark, so I know you were in Liberia. Let me welcome you, Seleke Kromah. Welcome.
Listen, please don't talk about my country like that.
Seleke, where are you?
Of course, I'm in Kigali.
You see your background is real bright. It's real lit. Yeah, so I know you're not on the single back road. Single back road. But welcome, Seleke.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman, and greetings to everybody. Dr. Monuba, welcome to the closing argument. And good to be here on the first day of the week. Looking forward to a great show.
Thank you. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh, the lady from the Southeast. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. I want to say hi to everyone. Hi to Dr. Monuba. Thank you for coming. We look forward to hearing from you, to expound on most of these issues we have concern on. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Sarah, I just sent you the application for the nearer Republican Party near you.
Oh, Lord.
A gentleman just called me. He said he was a Democrat. He didn't like the Republican. He said, but Jerome, I got my last paycheck. He said, I made so much money on my overtime. I work for the the Maryland Correction Department. He said, I made more money.
Unfortunately, here I don't have the same value system. I don't value money over the dignity of life. So I'm sorry.
But Sarah, I know you're sending all that overtime money back. I know you're sending it back because
until I work on my paycheck.
Tell me, welcome to the show. We can't hear you.
Happy Monday to everybody. Welcome, Dr. Monuba. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm seeing a lot of new faces today, huh?
Listen, when a good-looking man
maybe you brought them.
When a good-looking man comes on, all the beautiful ladies come. When I'm here by myself, they don't show up. Only Fanta, I'm a round that girl.
They're always on time.
All the other beautiful women don't show up because they're not the face they want to see. You see how they treat me?
Hey, Sister. Hey, Sister.
But Doc, welcome to the show. There's a lot to discuss here. We won't keep you too long, but there's a lot to be discussed from some of the issues personally that affects us, and then some that affect us generally. For me, anything that has to do with women is the top of my list. And I know you may have seen this story today. Young man, if you can put this here, this is a beautiful young lady. There are several of them. But the headline here is, if you can see it, it says here, they crush rocks or they crush stone by hand to feed their families. This is on the front page of the Liberian Investigator. Young man, if you can get his story, please put it up for us. Mm-hmm. These beautiful women, these girls that are young, they could be doctors, engineers, plumbers, mechanics. It says here, the work begins before the city awakes. In the dim hours of morning, women gather along the rocky outskirts of Monroe, arrange their tools, and stake out grounds on patches of gravel in the dust. By the time the sun rises fully over the Liberian capital, their hormones. Everybody mute when you are not talking. Their hormones are already falling as a rhythmic percussion that had defined a day for years, for some decades. They are rock crushers, their name. And almost no one is paying attention. No one has paid attention for decades. Within Liberia's vast informal economy itself, the primary engine of survival for thousands of families, visibility is distributed unevenly. Women in organized market halls and petty trading corridors are counted, occasionally supported. You want to be president of the Republic of Liberia, the economy falls in your lap. Among all things, we will rise, we will fall. The boat, there has to be a wave that lifts all boats. I don't even know if we have an economic wave in Liberia, but these boats, I've forgotten. Your take on the economy of our women and the children that are crushing rocks.
Just a few days ago, I was right outside. Right when you cross the border into Bomi. That's where a lot of those women are.
They sell the white crushed rocks and the different colored crushed rocks, the purple ones. So just on Friday, I actually stopped there and talked to some of those women. The issue and the challenge we have in this country is very simple. And it sounds, and sometimes when we talk Liberia, people just try to cloud it in politics. It's not politics, it's reality. And the reality is that truly, Liberia would never develop with the status quo. If we continue this pace that we are going, Liberia, when I say never, will never develop. Simply because let's look at the supplementary budget that was passed a few days ago. What did the lion's share of the money go to? It went to government operations. You can never develop a country when the typical Liberian person has no access to financial liquidity. The typical Liberian cannot go to the CBL or Bank of Liberia or RB Bank or anywhere and get money out. That's why we'll continue to have the richest people in Liberia be Lebanese and Indians and corrupt officials and government officials. That's why, because that person you're talking about, that woman who is crushing rock, cannot go to the bank and get any money. How do you expect her to survive? The issue and the challenge is, I keep going back, and I continue to say, go back to the budget. If you spend 75 to 85% of your government budget running a government, you will never succeed. What we should be talking about is how can we put $100, $200, $250 million every single year of the budget in the bank that any Liberian can access if they're running a business. That's the only way to develop the business sector and the private sector in Liberia. But let's be honest, right now, if you want to get rich in Liberia, what's the fastest thing people think about? They think about becoming minister, senator, representative. That's not how to build a country. The only way, and I will continue to say, the only way is if we look at the budget and take a majority of that budget, 25, 30% of that budget, and put it into the private sector. And when I say the private sector, meaning let the typical Liberian be able to have access. Imagine if every single district had a certain amount of money that district could people in that district could access to develop and grow businesses in that specific district. That's how you develop the country, through private sector and not through government. And we continue to put the lion's share. Again, the supplementary budget is a perfect example. It shows you your priorities. We don't have to listen to what people talk about. Let's look at what they are doing. The supplementary budget was 43. I think it went to 50-something million dollars. Most of it goes to running government operations. That means travel. Somebody was talking about the presidential delegation being 25 people. 25 people? Do you know, I promise you, if the government was to give us the amount of money that was spent, it would go to almost $200,000. $200,000 for what? For a meeting? When you're talking about women, talking here, crushing rocks with hammer. So again, we will never develop our country if we continue the status quo. And that's why some of us, we continue to talk. Not just, because they want power. No. But because we want to see a better country. And again, we will never have a better country if we continue this status quo of government officials, the legislature. $50 million goes to 100 people in the legislature, representative and senator. In what world can we develop a country? Let's look at Ghana. Ghana's budget is over $32 billion. Liberia's budget is $1 billion. Yet our lawmakers, our government officials make more money than theirs. How do we develop the country? We will continue to have women and young children breaking rock on the side of the road if that continues.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, share this show. I see a lot of Unity Parties in here. Mr. Sherry, check his track record. Put him in his seat and you see what he will become. Is it Dr. Honorable Sims? It seems simple because you are not in the seat yet.
I've sat closer to the seat than almost anybody in this country. I know what I'm talking about. I know how to develop countries. Every other country is developing except for Liberia. And simply because we continue to put all the money in government and not in the people. So let that person not say that.
Well, the JMB people, thank you very much for your little salary you get to follow all the platform and troll people. He just gave you the answer. If he say he's not in the seat, he just told you he has been closer to the seat than any one of us here, including yourself. So don't tell him that he's not.
Right. You see, and this is why we start to politicize the development of Liberia. You know, sometimes people can talk to me and say, oh, why are you in a bad mood? I'm not in a bad mood. I'm frustrated. Because when we're talking about reality, people start talking politics. And then we wonder why Liberia is like this. We talking about putting more money from the governmental budget in the private sector, then you say you haven't been in a seat. The seat is meant to give the money to the people and not to government. Again, look at the supplementary budget. Look at the regular budget that was passed in December or January. Look how much money went to 6 political offices, over $12 million. Look how much money went to JFK, the most important hospital in our country, $9 million. Look how much money went to agriculture sector. I need to be in the seat to see that. But we need to become serious about true development. You know, and take this partisan thing out of it. Let's be honest.
Fanta, our guest, your guest, Dr. Monuba.
Dr. Monuba, welcome to the show. Thank you for taking out time of your busy schedule to be here with us today. We appreciate you joining the discourse.
Fanta, I'm not happy with you right now. Let me be frank.
What did I do? Or what did I do?
You know, you've come, your voice is all nice and calm, and you know, I'm already getting heated, so you're trying to calm me down. I don't like that, Fanta.
Tell me, you can't get on my kids. You see how calm I was.
She got some crew in her. They tell her
how calm I was.
She starts off being calm, and then she builds it up.
She's trying to roll me in.
This is my evidence. My evidence is here, Debbie. You see how calm I am?
No problem, Fanta.
Look, Clarence, like we gotta talk real talk, but you know what? It's okay. Let me start off soft, and then okay, good. Because the last time Johnny was crying for you, I said, Johnny, they make a handle himself. You don't need to cry for him. It's okay. Yeah, he needs to understand this which Washington want it cannot hold. If we need a formidable transformational Liberia, it needs to be absolutely consistent. And I know that is there somewhere, so we have to get it out. We can't get it out with softball questions. We get it out with tough questions. Okay, so let me start off by saying this. So your first question. Dr. Monuba, you have publicly stated that corruption must no longer go unpunished and called for hard audits of past administrations and even to jail corrupt officials. Let's just
mandatory jail time.
Mandatory jail term. Thank you. You have also called for the repeal of the 2003 Immunity Act because, in your own words, no one should be immune. I agree with you. But here is what the record shows. In the past, you served as Minister of State, head of the PDU, and chairman of the Liberia Electricity Corporation, LEC. Mm-hmm. Just up until last year, you served as the head of partnerships and fundraising for the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Presidential Center, 2025.
4 years ago, but yeah, go ahead.
It says 2025. That's what I saw.
No, that's fine. But 2022, but it's fine.
Okay. So let me ask you this with precision. If an independent audit uncovers evidence of systemic corruption implicating Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, okay, personally, will you stand at that podium and publicly demand her prosecution? Yes or no?
Listen, I think, I'm glad you brought that up. Absolutely. Again, nobody can be immune to the prosecution of this country. So if anybody, and what I started with, right, I want to give this context. I said, let's audit every single office, including the offices I ran. Let's start with my office. So, you know, I'm not even here to say, oh, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. No, start with me. Start with my offices, what I oversaw. So I want to be very clear. This cannot be, we will not and never develop Liberia based on friendship. The challenge we continue to have in this country is that we are such a close country. Everybody know everybody. So everybody always say, oh, you never know the future. And that's what has had our country like this. So if there's any evidence of anybody in any administration, and that's why I said this war on economic crimes court is a facade. We're not serious about it. We announced it in 2024. Where are we now? I haven't heard anything about it. And let us focus more on the economic side of it. Let us focus more on the economic crimes code of it. And let's go, yes, starting all the way, even if they want to go to 1980, no problem. And anybody who there's evidence of 100%, you must have mandatory jail time and you must be able to do restitution. In countries such as East Africa, that Seleke is, you pay almost 3 times as much. If you steal 100,000, you must pay 300,000 back. That's what we have to do. So to answer your question, yes, anybody, we have to be very clear about that, because that's the only way people will start to understand that it cannot be no favors, no give and take, no who. That's the only way that we will start to take corruption in Liberia serious. I always say that Liberian people, we are hard to hear, but we are quick to learn. Once you start putting people in jail, anybody, then we'll start taking corruption in this country serious.
Okay. Just quickly before I ask my follow-up question, do you trust our judicial system? Yes or no? Yes or no? It's okay.
There's a lot of work needed.
Just what says
so there's a lot of work needed. Do you trust the judicial system in the context of what they stand for? Yes. In the context of how they have been supported? No.
All right. So I just wanted a yes or no from that one. My follow-up question.
Yeah, but that's a layered question, though, right? That's a layered question. Do I trust
it? If you ask me, do I trust it? I will tell you no. But that's just me. So if corruption was so blatant, right? Mm-hmm. You just mentioned you prosecute anyone, and I applaud you for that. Thank you for that. If corruption was so blatant, why did you not resign in protest? You served 4 years. And please do correct me. You spent quite a few years with Ellen, and if corruption was so blatant with that administration, as the U.S. State Department reports have indicated, domestic reports have also indicated, if corruption was so blatant in that administration, why did you not resign in protest? Why did you accept all these national honors of distinguished service from that very administration? Now you now describe as a corruption ecosystem. I think you mentioned in one of your interviews. So were you part of the problem, or were you simply
with a question like that, why stop at resigning? Why not give up my citizenship then? Why not leave the country?
2 different questions.
No, you see, you have to be honest with the question. If you are saying resigning, then
why should I resign from? So I just walked away from an affiliation.
My answer is this. My answer is this. There are good people who are in this boycott administration, and there are corrupt people in this administration. There were good people in Weah's administration, and there were corrupt people in that administration. Same thing with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, same thing with Charles Taylor government, same thing with the Doe government and Torgbean government. In every single administration, there has been good people and there have been corrupt people. I am proud to say, and the records will show it, anybody can go check, that I was one of the good people in Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's government. So my job was to serve the Liberian people. So I'm not going to run away from a fight, okay? And my fight is to bring, to ensure that the people of Liberia know that they are competent Liberians who truly love this country more than themselves, that they are competent Liberians who can do the job and not look for money everywhere they go. And so that was my job, and I served with distinction. Look at everywhere I served and go audit it. So 100% I was not part of the problem. I am part of the example in the way that Liberia needs to go. I'm proud of that.
Thank you. Thank you so much for
proud of that. And so that's why resigning is not an option for me. Fighting for Liberia and stopping this and resigning from this fight is not an option for me, right? I can be anywhere in the world. God has blessed me with a lot of education through scholarships, right? 2 masters, PhD, going to the best schools in the world. I can have a job in any country and making a lot of money, but I'm here. So somebody will also ask, why are you not leaving Liberia to go make hundreds of thousands of dollars? No, I don't run away from fights. I'm here to change the system, just like I was working in the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome Sarah Dopoh. If I didn't welcome you before, welcome to the show, because I don't want to get in trouble with the Grievances people.
You did welcome me. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Let me welcome Sylvester Pewee. Pewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Just for the record, me and Fanta are not friends no more.
No, oh, okay. Listen, that family tree, they say that family tree, that family tree can bend, but it can't break.
Oh, we can't get this together. When I ain't go nowhere.
Fanta, he trying to fake this thing. How far? The people say, how far from Cape Man to Bapu, to Bapulu or Lofa? The same people.
If we had Guru, not even 2 hours.
But
listen, but let me say this, and let me be honest. My job, right? Even if I don't know, to be frank with you, I don't know who Fanta supports or who her alliances lie with.
Nobody.
But my job is to perfect. But my job is to convince you, just like I do with the Liberian people and anybody I meet on a daily basis, that to believe that Liberia can be a great country one day, and that, like I said before, there are good Liberians in Liberia who want to see good for this country.
But you're not supporting CMC again?
Sarah Lille politics. Sarah Lille politics.
Why you interrupting the back?
You gotta
get
you say that my sister design your party against her.
Why
is this? Siriki, you too? Okay, no problem.
Why you interrupting?
We talk about snakes.
Why?
I'm being told that you do have alliances with Fanta.
Yes.
I've gotten several text messages of who you support, but no problem.
Ask me directly, and I will give you an answer.
No, it's okay. We got to talk about what I'm talking about.
Sarah, why are you interrupting our guest? I just want to know.
Mr. Gayman, we got to focus on humanity. We can't tell you everybody.
I'm not saying you know. I'm saying
you know when Sarah and Seleke are throwing bobs, then the humor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there you go.
When they're taking strikes at us, you know. But listen, we love Fanta. That's what I can say about that. Dr. Monuba, welcome to the show. Let me ask you, Dr. Monuba. Can you read
it? It's not your turn.
Oh, I just want to read it. Hey, you're not joining the AFL.
Put it back on. Let me see. You see, the AFL doesn't understand that some people are dyslexic. We read backward, right? Like, okay,
that is very funny. That is very funny.
TCL to me like a LTC, but that's what it is. But Johnny, welcome to the show. We have our guest here. I think you are quite familiar with the guest. I know you and he have met in the back. You have rehearsed some questions. What are the best ones you know?
Any question you have to rehearse again?
Yeah, that's the thing. What are
so, you remember, I think it was Kalongo, one of the guys President Doe nominated. I think maybe Dr. Monuba remember. He went for a confirmation hearing, right? And I forgot the guy's name. So one of his men inside leaked the question to him. So in answering the question, he said, okay, in reference to the next question.
That's coming.
How do you know what the next question is?
I've heard that story before.
It might be John Bear. Who knows?
Johnny. One of my in-laws, I'll remember the name. I'll remember it.
Okay, there you go. Johnny, our guest is here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Dr. Monuba, welcome to the closing argument. We are always here discussing the issues that matter to Liberian people and the global community. So let me just jump to you quick, Dr. Monuba. You have interest in becoming Liberia's next president after President Boakai. Can you tell Liberian people with reference to Section 49 in this country, with regards to actions in legislature, with regards to our issues at the border with Liberia and Guinea? What can you say about those issues that are unfolding now in Liberia?
You know, and this is not one of the questions we rehearsed, by the way.
But if you're not speaking, guy, let's mute. Get some feedback.
But listen, the issue with the border is an ongoing issue that we still have no answer from our government. And so again, when people talk about leadership, it has to be consistent and present leadership. Right now, as we speak, from what I'm told, that Guinean soldiers are still on the soil of Liberia. And somebody on the panel, please correct me if I'm wrong. Is that true, right?
Yes.
Very true.
Very true. So just imagine now, going back to the expenditure and how much money government takes. President Boyka went to Guinea and had a meeting with the 3 MRU presidents, right? There has been no press conference. There has been no statement. There has been no follow. We don't know. All we know is that we saw pictures of them shaking hands and they came back and Guineans are still on our soil. Then our legislatures, I think the speaker, the deputy speaker, people like that, went to the border. That, I promise you again, was another $50,000 to $60,000 that was used of the Liberian people money to go to the border to ascertain what's happening. They come back, no press conference, no press release, nothing. All we know is that Guineans are still on our border. So
Right.
when you start talking about the type of transformational and leadership that we need in this country, that's what I'm talking about.
You call about peace. That.
Well, listen, and with the Yeke Koloba piece, are the same thing. Going back again to the supplementary budget, because every problem in Liberia, it begins with our budget. Let's look at that. They were called back to session for, I think it was 10 days. I don't even know how much money they were given to come back and do their job. But 7 or 8 of those days were spent trying to expel one of their own people. And then only one day, if I'm not mistaken, throughout the night, they passed a $50-something million budget. And then they called Yeke Koloba unpatriotic. To me, that's unpatriotic. Looking at the budget, passing it overnight, but then spending 8 days talking, going at somebody for talking about the border issue, but then spending only 1 day, less than 24 hours, to pass a budget where people are dying in our hospitals. People are dying because of no food. People are dying on the roads of our country. So these are the issues. When we start talking about everything in totality, Liberia needs a fundamental and transformational change, and it can't be based on tribal affiliation. It can't be based on who knows who. What has to be very simple. Our president went to Guinea. What was discussed? Why are Guineans in Liberia? When are they leaving? These are simple questions that the president should be able to answer. These are simple questions that the speaker and the deputy speaker and whoever went to the border should be able to tell us. But yeah, we hear nothing. But again, I promise you, if we have Freedom of Information Act and we ask how much money was spent for those 2 delegations to go to Guinea, it would be 100% over $100,000. But yet we don't know anything. We know that Guineans are there. Where are our immigration officers? Where are our soldiers? What are they saying? We don't know.
Yeah, well, I think, guys, let's limit it to one question. If you got a full deck, Victor Nagbe, Honorable Nagbe, our guest is here. It's your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Dr.
I want one man. How you should do it?
Who told you that?
You gotta alternate. You gotta alternate.
In my part of the world, one man fought with me. So
Jerome, why does Sarah think I'm the only person she ever on this set? Every time coming to me, she'll take a point at me. I don't understand. All the people on this set, I learned she able to fight. Every time I turn around, she was
I'm fighting Jerome.
All right, Jerome, with your permission, I'll let Sarah go. After that, I'll go after her.
Okay, Sarah, one woman, 2 men, one man, 2 women, whatever way it is, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, and thank you, Victor, for allowing me to go before you. I appreciate the kindness. So, Doc, I wanna bring you back to your endorsement of what her name, the guy at NEC. And there were several videos on social media about this very man, Mr. Weeder, preempting the election, even when it was not over, and even got it wrong from the beginning. And a lot of concerns that he is related to Mr. Braga, whether it's true or not, but they're from the same, county and stuff like that. And I listened to you passionately explain all of the good things that you want for Liberia, as well as all of us want for Liberia. You think having this man, so endorsing Mr. Weeder as next president will afford the Liberian people looking at the alignment of this man to the president, and also how compromised our judicial system is? Do you think your decision at this point was very, very thought thoughtful? You think you made the right decision to endorse him?
Absolutely. Listen, first of all, he's from Bapolu. Obviously our president as well as myself, we're from Lofa. So Mr. Wida is from Bapolu. That's the first thing. But secondly, and I think more important, Mr. Wida has 16 years of experience with the commission.
Doctor, let me make a quick interjection. When Wido was born, he was born in Lofa.
But he's no longer a Lofan.
Yeah, but that's not
the point.
Like
The point is he's no longer a Lofan.
That's like saying like Garguah had 7 countries.
Listen, his birth certificate says he was born in Lofa.
Yeah, but you know what? They are talking about born correctly, not for correctly. The birth
Pewee, his birth certificate, place of birth is Lofa.
You saw your birth certificate?
Ask it again. Did you sign it?
Listen, unless you want to meander politically, I was born in Grand Bassa County, District Number 3. District Number 3 now is political District Number 2, but my birth certificate still says where I was born. I was born in District Number 3.
And we can go to the debate on that. Can
we move on?
We don't issue birth certificate. Go ahead. We don't issue birth certificate during birth. We don't do that.
Listen. My birth certificate. Pewee, I won't argue because this is wrong, and you know that's why. And it's not your turn anyway.
Yeah, but I just want to correct you on that. He's from Bapoli. Go ahead, Dr. Monuba.
But listen, at the end of the day, wherever he was born, it says Liberia. Exactly. He was born and he is Liberian
That's the argument we should make, right? But not to say he was not born in Lofa.
Right, but look, he is from Bapolu right now, right? Even if somebody were born in China and they are not a Chinese citizen, they are Liberian. So at the end of the day, he is a Liberian. 1. But 2, and let's honestly go back to the history of the NEC Commission. Who has been named commissioner who has even half of the experience that he has? Devietta Brown, when she became commissioner, what experience did she have? Was it comparable to Mr. Wida? Absolutely not. Fromoya, when he was named commissioner, did he have the experience in the commission? As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Wida is a Liberian who has 16 years as serving as co-chairman of the NEC. We all talk about experience, right? And so my argument consistently remains, is he the most experienced person in Liberia in relations to the NEC, National Elections Commission? Absolutely. Has he been accused of any corruption or anything like that? Absolutely not. So therefore, he must get my endorsement. Why would I not endorse him? The argument people continue to say is that, as far as I'm concerned, he is not part of UP, right? Just like he is not part of the opposition. We have to start to look at qualifications and merit. And again, that's what continues to undermine our country. We continue to look for people who know who in Liberia here is not political in some form or fashion. Devietta Brown, who was she supporting? We've had commissioners who ran on political parties for seats in this country. We didn't complain. Yet all of a sudden now we want to complain. Let's be very honest and fair with our complaints and our undermining of the system. Is he competent? Does he have experience? Has he been charged with corruption? No. So as a result, yes, he gets my fault. We're able to endorse him based on that. If there's any information that comes out to the contrary, then we can have that conversation. But as far as I looked at the resume, 16 years as serving as the commissioner and co-chair of the NEC without any complaints or any issues. So therefore, that makes him the most qualified person in Liberia to head the commission. Simple as that.
A quick follow-up to that question.
Yeah, 1 minute. One minute, Sarah. The reason we are asking, you are bending on this experience thing, and we don't want to go by that experience because we know the 42 years and all. So the experience thing, 16 years. Whether it was a positive experience or negative experience, you are not distinguishing your concern that I had 16 years. But go ahead, sir.
But then please let me come with this. And honestly, knowing I was going to get some of these answers, we went back again because before we endorsed, we did our research. Who was the commissioner when CDC won these elections in 2017? Who was the so if opposition, including CDC, is complaining that he shouldn't be there, why did they then accept the win when he was commissioner at NEC? And more importantly, he was the one that was overseeing CDC and several other political parties. Because for people who don't know and understand, there are, I think, 7 commissioners, and each of them are allotted certain different political parties. Jonathan Wieder was part, CDC reported to him. He was the person commissioner in charge of CDC, MPP, and a few other political parties. So how could CDC win an election in this country? He was also
the head of the commissioner at that time?
He was a commissioner. He was the commissioner in CDC. He was the one that oversaw CDC and other political parties, MPP and other parties. In 2014, we had the president's son ran, Robert Sirleaf. Did he not run in 2014? He ran in 2014. Who did Robert Sirleaf, the president, the sitting son of the president, lose to? Was it not opposition? So my question is, how can we then now say his experience of 16 years is not good? All I'm saying is, let's look at the track record. If, for example, right, let's say UP were winning every election when he was there, when he was commissioner, then I would have a problem and I would not have endorsed him. But what was the major factor that had me endorse him was the simple fact that he was a commissioner when CDC and other political parties won elections in this country.
But you didn't take into consideration the video that was circulating when you were giving false information about this going election.
Listen, he was a consultant. From my understanding, from my research, he was serving as a consultant, and so in the private sector.
But he was commissioner before, and he has 16 years of experience.
When that video circulated, he was not a commissioner. And please, I would love to get. For people who please reach out to Commissioner Wieder to come and defend, because I don't want to turn into a lawyer for anybody. I'm just telling you why I endorsed him. I looked at the 16 years. I looked at the fact that CDC had won elections in this country in 2014, where the sitting president's son lost in elections, and he was the one that co-signed it. I looked in 2017, where CDC unseated the UP government. And so therefore, we cannot sit here and say he will be partisan to UP when UP lost elections to opposition. That's my thing. Anything other than that, please, your call Commissioner Wieder, let him come and defend himself here. But I'm giving you the reasons why I and our party and our partisans endorsed him.
Okay.
Great.
That's why.
Let me go to Telvi. Telvi, we letting the ladies go, so it's your turn.
Mr. Jerome, I don't think we should do this ladies versus men.
Listen,
Robert,
you just keep fighting.
Robert, you keep to class.
Tell me.
Just 30 seconds, please.
No,
allow me 30 seconds, please.
You keep to class.
You just keep me first out.
All the thing you're doing now, you are just interjected while I wanted to interject a long time ago, and we'll move forward.
Listen,
all I'm saying is,
first out. Accounting rule.
You keep too late. You keep too late. Go ahead, tell me. This man kind of cry. Stand up in the back. Go stand up in the back.
What's happening today? What's happening today on the program?
We don't have enough seat in this class. You can't stand up. Go stand up and take
it. In all fairness, this is joining political leaders, so he should rather recuse the platform, let other people ask a political leader. He spent a lot of time with his leader.
Tell me, go ahead.
But Robert Pico, you my friend, go, buddy. You my friend.
Oh, but then let me reclaim it.
No, tell me that we're breaking the rule now because we wanted to go them Victor.
Exactly. Even though I love my son Robert,
Victor, we're back to you. Go ahead, Victor.
Go, Victor. Go, Robert.
Yeah, Robert, thank you. I wanted to go quickly because my question really is a follow-up to the question that Sarah is asking. And Dr. Monuba, I gotta say, if one of your redeeming qualities for endorsing Wieder is the fact that he's from Bapulu, I mean, doesn't that bother you that he's a nephew and this government is populated predominantly by people from Lofa or Bapulu, whichever that is? I thought that would be one of the major reasons why you would tell the president to stand down on that nomination.
Again, I always say that we are more tribalistic in this country than merit-based, right? And again, I didn't look at whether he was from Bapulu or whatever. I know he is I looked at it from the idea that he's a competent Liberian. And so whether, let's look at, and I don't know, please somebody do the research of the amount of different counties that are in ministerial positions. But I do know if they're not a father, and I'm really asking this question: if they're not a father and daughter who are serving as ministers in this administration?
That is true. It is also one of the troubling concerns. That's correct.
Right. So the whole idea is that, again, should we be looking at merit? That's always going to be
no. But I'll put that to you. I mean, the fact that father and daughter are serving, I think it has absolutely nothing to do with
I just raised that.
I just raised
that as a reason why there's so many complications, right? So if father and daughter are serving, then the question then goes to, what is the merit? What is the qualifications? What's their background? That's the discussion we should be having. And so when we pivot now back to the NEC issue, right? And like I said, I really don't want to stay into lawyer, but what I'm trying to say is that let's strictly look at the experience. Did Commissioner Weeder serve as the commissioner when President Boycott lost an election in this country? Yes. So that itself lets you know that we cannot say he is purely partisan. We cannot, because President Boycott lost in elections.
Okay, Doctor, I've been tickled now because in this country, in this country, especially in the West where you worked, competence is not always the case, because
all of us have been in the West, so don't try to put on me like.
Excuse me, Doc. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf used the competence and hired all her children and family because they all were competent. The law says at least there are other competent people out there that also deserve a space. You can't just hire all your family members because you want to make the case.
Well, I don't think Commissioner Weeder is a family member of Boycott.
Doctor, you can't do it. It can't just be based on competence. You have to say, do we have equality? Do we have representation from women? Do we have representation from the disabled? We got qualified people everywhere. Why will you hire people based on?
Do you have somebody more qualified? Do you have somebody more qualified than somebody who served 16 years in the commission?
I want to believe so. Not only 16 years. They are different metrics. But let me go to Mr. Seleke.
No, I want to ask you a question already now.
Oh.
No, already. I was just giving space for Mr. Nagbe. That's all in a rapper, but I'm ready. No. You have to be. No, I am ready. And Mr. Gayman and everybody else, I think Sarah started this. She got everybody warm up with that question.
Go ahead.
But I that's not even my question, but I'm concerned, Mr. Monuba, about you. I mean, especially the way you ran on the new Liberia and all of that to really support Mr. Weeder. I mean, it's clearly there are other librarians that are competent. It was based on whether the Lofa thing or whatever connection and all of that, it has got to do with competence.
I don't know where this Lofa.
Yes, because it was open to other.
Let's stop making Lofa. I mean, let's stop making Bapulu Lofa. Bapulu is a proud county that stands by itself. Y'all stop making Bapulu Lofa. Let's stop that. That's not fair to the people of Bapulu. We are basically saying that Bapulu that will be king. Let's not do that. Bapulu is a county unto itself. So you cannot say somebody from Lofa gave the job to somebody because they're from Bapulu. How many counties did we have in this country when it first started? In our 7 counties we had in Liberia. So that means the other 8 counties or the other 8 counties that have come out now, they are not counties.
But isn't it true?
Well, I think if it was open for other people to apply, you have had competent people, qualified people. You don't get it is not. Listen, I don't want to interrupt you, sir. So go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. But listen, all I can say, I don't know the interview process. I don't know what they went through. All I know is that the government, whoever, President Boycott, they nominated Jonathan Weeder as NEC chairman. Based on the name that came out, I looked at the credentials. I looked at the history of him serving as commissioner, including when UP lost elections in this country as a sitting administration. And that's based on that is where I gave my consent, my support, my endorsement. Whether he was from Buffalo, whether he was from Maryland, whether he was from Nimba, that was not my issue.
Have you endorsed any other appointee in this government besides Mr. Weeder?
No, the reason I did it is because it was too important for our country at this point in time. Meaning the elections, we knew there were some serious issues in the elections, in this past elections. So it was very important to get somebody who would be able to understand the system and have the experience to be able to apply the system so it can be free and fair. It was that simple. And if they do nominate other people, we are open to endorsing other people. But at the end of the day, national elections has a direct representation on us, and that's why we spoke in that time, at that time.
Yeah. Let me ask my question. Yeah, Mr. No, just it was a comment
you have not asked your question.
Go ahead. No, because I think I cut her off.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't want to get her to
go ahead with your question.
This is his space, it's his time. I want to respect that.
Okay, go ahead with your question so we can
let me ask my question quickly, but again, we can respectfully disagree on this. But what I'm concerned again that you did not even consider his character of BB being a consultant. He was giving false information to just keep it on the 16-year experience, but we can respectfully disagree on this. But my question to you, something different. I saw recently that you gave her, you had a leadership program for 50 young adults. And to be very honest, I want to say thank you because 6 of the applicants were from my nonprofit, and one of them were awarded a scholarship the 2 day to attend your program. Now, my question there is, what next? Are you going to continue to do a cohort? Are you going to establish a mentorship pipeline? Are you going to open a center to continue empowering that generation? We know there's a great need for that population. So talk to me about that.
Okay, well, honestly, I'm glad some of your people benefited from it. Listen, I continue to say, and I will always say, Liberia, and I told the cohort that Liberia doesn't need one leader. Liberia needs 5 million plus leaders. In other words, every single Liberian has to take on the leadership mantle. Every single Liberian has to look at themselves as a leader because that's the only way we are going to transform our country. So I have been doing several leadership trainings to different universities, but this was we restructured our leadership program. We did 50. Our goal is to train 1,000 young Liberian leaders every single year. And so we're going to be having leadership trainings every month. We're going to be having at universities with civil society organizations, and we're going to try to ensure that we have ethical leaders. And one thing I told the class, right, is that Liberia doesn't need leaders. Liberia needs ethical leaders who have humanity, integrity, humility, courage. Those are the type of leaders Liberia needs. Liberia just doesn't need leaders. We have too many leaders in this country and not enough ethical leaders. And so our fight, right, in terms of the development and transformation of Liberia is that let the young people of Liberia understand that it's our responsibility to change and transform this country, nobody else. So I told the class, when you go home and you look in the mirror, the person you see is the leader that will transform this country. And so thank you so much for bringing that up. I hope we will continue. We're able to collaborate with Hope for Young People, another very well put together organization that's ran by Thomas Bundu. And we are trying to work together to ensure that every Liberian sees themselves as a leader. And that's how we'll change this country.
Thank you. Let me go to Seleke. Mr. Kromah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. I hope I'm protected.
Just ask
so
your question.
Again,
you need protection to ask questions?
No, because I'll be talking to somebody who cut me off again. I know. I'll be talking to somebody who cut me off.
Well protected.
Okay, guys, send a special security to Kigali to protect my man over there.
Yeah, but on a serious note, Dr. Monuba, I respect you, and on so many occasions I've shared this with you. I wish you could join us in this effort to fight for a better Liberia. But on this issue of the NEC boss, I don't want to ask a question, but I'm kind of disappointed. I just wanted to share that with you. Maybe I can ask a further question. And here is my disappointment, though. Like Mr. Nagbe asked your questions. There's been so many appointments in this government. Your party has not issued any statement to endorse or oppose. Nothing at all since this administration came to power. But somebody who served as a war room, supervisor, He was giving data analysis in his capacity as former NEC chairperson that United Party was going to win on the first round ballot. The videos are all on Facebook, all on the social media. And you are coming here as an opposition leader to make excuse for that person and say he's the most competent person in the entire country. About 5 million people, like only that one man competent to be NEC chairperson. You know, an opposition leader, especially so when all of the opposition political parties that are Monuba oppose, key opposition parties oppose this man's nomination, and you and your party issue a statement to endorse and undermine the opposition strength. You know,
Listen, but that's the problem. I'm not opposition. That's the problem we continue to make. I am not opposition. I'm a Liberian who wants to see good for the country. If I see somebody who is competent and qualified, I will lend my voice to it. And one of the reasons why my party did so is simply because the opposition community wanted us to rally around and talk negatively about him. Listen, I continue to say I am not opposition. I want to see, I always say, and I will continue to say, I want this president to succeed. The same way I was praying for President Weah to succeed is the same way I'm praying for Joseph Boyka to succeed. I want them to succeed because their success is Liberia's success.
Fair enough.
Listen, y'all, please, I beg y'all, ask Commissioner Weah to come on this platform and discuss this. I've said my piece on this, right? My piece, I will repeat again. I don't know what, I think y'all thinking I'm NEC spokesperson.
Thank you, Dada Monuba. And
Commissioner Weah was nominated by the president.
5 seconds.
Yes.
I wasn't part of any interview process. I wasn't consulted, anything of the sort. They put him out there. Some opposition leaders came out in opposition to it, and I came out in support of it. That's simple, based on the fact that he was a commissioner in Liberia when UP lost elections. So how can we say he's the UP partisan when he was the commissioner and co-chair when UP lost elections? That was my point.
Thanks for the clarification. Thanks for the clarification.
Go ahead, quick. Kromah, go ahead, quick. A second question so we can move on.
Again, I was just sharing my disappointment. Was not a question, right?
Okay. No problem. One day you will join us.
All right to you to share your position. But just on the show, you've defended this man that he was a consultant. At one point, at some other point, you say he's the most competent person in the whole country, which I wanted to share my disappointment.
I don't think I said. I said he was competent instead of 16 years.
Nobody in the country has 16 years of experience. Only the men won.
Does somebody have 16 years of experience working as a commissioner at NEC?
Okay, let's move on to the Monuba, please. So
no, but answer that question. Does somebody have 16 years of working as the commissioner in Liberia? Yes or no? I will do what Fanta will do. Yes or no?
The father is on video projecting Joseph Boyka to win on the first ballot. It's compromise. That's my position. It's compromise, and he cannot be trusted to run a free and fair election comes 2029. But
so regardless that UP lost elections in this country under him,
my next question has to do with your service to two key institutions in Liberia during the Seleke government. You serve, I think, on the board of LEC, right? If I'm correct. And you also serve on a committee, I don't know if it was a committee or whatsoever that constructed the new terminal at the airport.
As well as the ministerial complex, as well as the Millennium Challenge Corporation, as well as the Lofa, as well as the Lofa Road, as well as the Red Light to Banga Road, as well as the White Plains Water Facility plant. I oversaw all of those developments. Yes.
Thank you. But I'll take these two institutions as my talking point. LEC.
Okay, so please let's do it one at a time, though. Let's not jump it together.
Yeah, I just one question.
Please, so we can move on. Go ahead.
Yeah, so you serve on LEC board as somebody who is projected to be a visionary leader, who's coming to lay the foundation for a better Liberia, where after your 6 years tenure, whatever you do, it would not be like nothing was done, but something substantial that people can see for themselves after your tenure. But you serving on LEC board, today we don't even have stable electricity in the country.
Okay,
You
perfect. Please stop right there.
I'm coming, Dada Monuba. You serve
No,
on the new
because
terminal.
you can't
That
continue.
new terminal,
I served on LEC's board.
every day people traveling to the airport, water coming from that terminal. There's been
okay, fine. So let me
what do you
address the
have to say
LEC
about
board.
this?
But let
Let
me
me
finish
address
a question that the Monuba
No, because there's a
Let him
question
complete his
and then
sentence.
there's a way to filter a question, right? Let me address the issue of LEC. I was chairman of LEC
because
when we
the
secured-
moderator said only one question that the Monuba. That's why I'm trying to.
That can you stop at the end, then you can continue. Yes. He almost
they can say only one question. So I don't want us.
So Kromah, which one do you want you to answer?
Yes.
No, I have one question, but I have two places.
Okay, so let him answer. Go ahead, Doc.
Okay, let me answer the questions now, Seleke.
Ask a question.
No, I've already heard your question.
Are you done, Seleke?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Len.
Okay.
So you serve on the LEC board today in Liberia. We don't have stable electricity in the country. You serve on the new terminal. That new terminal, there's been videos of water leaking. I don't know its maintenance. You can clarify that today. You know, that the airport is not up to standard. As you know, less than 2 years, water leaking all over the place, no electricity, all the kind of stuff. What do you have to say about that versus you being a visionary leader that will come and build something that will last for many, many years or decades to come?
You know, listen, Seleke, thank you for that question, and I should have let you finish, so I apologize for that, right? But it's just that when the people start asking questions, and I already know, I'm ready to already answer that question. Let's start with two things. RIA, the airport, the terminal. I'm proud to say that I helped to lead the negotiations to secure $50 million on that airport. Proud to say I went to China to help secure that $50 million. Am I looking at a $50 million airport? Absolutely not. We have to also look at the two terms and where we left it when I was in charge to when it was turned over to the following administration. Let's be very clear. $50 million was secured to build the airport terminal, right? Which I oversaw. I also oversaw the building of the frame of the airport. The issue comes in 2018 when we turned over and nothing inside had been built. I cannot defend what you see at the airport, but that was not the vision that we had when I was leading the negotiations and the design of the process. So let's be very clear. Don't put the successive administration failures on me. My job was to secure the $50 million, which we did successfully and transparently, and you would never see one single dollar that came to Dr. Clarence Monuba. We did that successfully. I also oversaw the building of the frame of the terminal. Not one thing that was done inside. If you look inside of that terminal and you ask me if that was $50 million worth of terminal, I myself would tell you absolutely not. The tile, even the carousel where people can arrive and get their bags, that's not what was envisioned. That was not what was in the original plan. So I cannot take the failures of a successive team that oversaw the implementation of it. That's why when you were giving your question, I don't even like, because a lot of times in Liberia, when people start hearing questions and then you start saying, oh, they play leaking this, all people think about is to start putting that on me. That's why I really wanted to stop you halfway through, because I knew where you were going with that question. My job, I would say it one more time, to secure the money. Not one single dollar was asked by me or came to me. I secured $50 million for the people of Liberia to build a modern terminal. I oversaw the frame, and we turned it over in January of 2018, before there was tiles, before there was any carousel, before the immigration hub was built, anything of the sort. When I go to that terminal, is that what we envisioned? Absolutely not. So yes, there should be some investigations there. What happened? What happened to the quality that we anticipated? So yes, I support you in that. Let's go, when I talk about we should be looking at all of the investigations, let's go look at the terminal. Where was the money spent? Because we also had a team that was from Europe that was supposed to make sure that there was quality put in there. When we left, they were also fired. It's called owner's engineer, people who oversee the implementation of the work that was agreed upon. So we should look at that too. So yes, let's go that. I support you in that. right? Because that terminal should be better. You can't spend $50 million on a terminal and it's leaking.
Listen,
right?
we're going to go to Pewee, but before we go to Pewee, Dr. Monuba.
So let me answer LEC now.
Yes.
Let me go to LEC. Are we sufficiently fine? Are we okay with RIA? Or y'all want me to continue to go? Are we
no,
okay
the LEC, I want to know. The
okay,
LEC,
so with LEC, again, let's be very clear. I served as chairman of the Millennium Challenge Corporation, which secured $257 million for the people of Liberia. I was chairman. Yes, I'm looking young, but I was a young chairman. And we tried to ensure that Mount Coffee was completed at the standard of international practice. And what people don't know and understand is that Mount Coffee has 4 turbines, 88 megawatts. In any truly developed country, 88 megawatts is nothing. In Liberia, it's plenty, simply because the challenge and the reason why Liberia is in constant darkness is not necessarily the Mount Coffee hydro, but because we don't have enough transmission and distribution lines in this country. That's why. And the issue of that is that just as expensive as Mount Coffee is, to run wires to people's houses is just as expensive, if not more expensive. So the issue is not the quality of the turbines. The issue wasn't Mount Coffee. The issue is that Mount Coffee does not serve the entirety of the country. And then we don't have enough transmission and distribution lines. So yes, when I was chairman of LEC, I was made chairman of LEC because I had one mandate from the president at that time, which was to make sure that LEC was completed in our administration, which it was. And so now, what the next administration should have been doing is looking for the $400 to $500 million to connect all of the homes in Montserrado. That's what the next administration should be doing, and that's what this administration should be doing. How do we do enough transmission and distribution lines? It's not necessarily just generation. It's also transmission and distribution, and that's where we have failed as a country. Let's go like a simple thing. And what we tried to put in place, but when we left in 2018, it also fell through. Liberia right now, and I haven't dealt with LEC in a while, but we weren't even in the position to fix transformers in this country. When the transformer spoiled, we had to send it to Ivory Coast, we had to send it to Ghana. One of the things in that same MCC Millennium Challenge account, which I was the chairman of, is that we were going to open a school to be able to fix some of these equipments in Liberia, in country, so people won't have to wait for 6 months, 7 months for transformer to come to the community. That also fell through when we left the administration. So the reason why, again, and I apologize for stopping you, is because I already knew where you were going with that. I can only defend my actions as an individual when I served in government, and I am proud of my job. I was chairman of LEC when Mount Coffee was completed. You will never see one single dollar come to me in corruption, in bribes, in thank you money. I was head of the negotiation team that went to China and secured $50 million for the people of Liberia. I also oversaw and helped to lead the negotiation for the Lofa Road that's still being implemented. I oversaw the funding for the ELWA to Red Light Road, which just got completed a couple of years ago. So I'm proud of the work I was able to do in the country, but it's not enough. And that's why not only do you need successive governments, but you need successive competent governments to continue the work. Right now, everybody talking about this bypass, this bypass. Who do you think helped to, who you think was in the room negotiating this bypass that's just being built today? It was me. I was in the room with now current Minister Giddings. We were in the room negotiating an overpass that should have been started in 2018. Look at, we are in 2026 and we are just breaking ground and celebrating it. But I was in the room. I was negotiating the ministerial complex that people are celebrating. I was one of the 4 people who broke ground on that day because I helped to lead the negotiations. So when we talk about our contribution to this country and the development, right? All I'm saying is that judge me for my individual actions and what I was a part of. Judge me for, and somebody said about, should I have resigned? Judge me for my actions. There are good Liberians in this country, but everybody is not going to resign. There has to be some people who are fighting for change. There must be people who are fighting for change, who are showing the representation of what we need in this country. And I'm proud to say I will continue to fight to be one of those people, whether I'm president or not. Judge me for my character, judge me for my actions. So that's why, again, I was trying to stop you because I knew where you're going with that RIA stuff. Is that a $50 million terminal? Absolutely not. It doesn't look like it. If I had nothing to do with it, myself would be complaining, and I complain right now.
Excellent, excellent. Doc, you said one thing before I go to Pewee here. You said when you left, you guys completed the outer layers of the terminal, which is the frame. Okay. So the question is, how much was that frame, and how much did you turn over to the CDC government? Because you said the government after you didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Listen, what I'm saying is that when we turn over, I mean, I can't give you a number. Oh, we turned over 27. That I'm not going to sit here and make up numbers. But what I'm saying is that when you look at the construction of it, right? Our mile marker, which was two phases, for the foundation, as well as the frame, which is what we completed.
Yeah, how much of that? But how much of that 50 million that you
so,
used to complete that?
Honestly, I can't. You know, I can't sit down here and say, oh, it was 18.7 million. I don't know those exact numbers, to be frank with you, right? But what I'm telling you is, at that time we had an owner's engineer who oversaw the quality of work that was being done. When we left, that owner's engineer was no longer there after a while. So what happened? What didn't happen? These are now questions for the people who took over the finalization and completion of RIA terminal.
Great. Mr. Pewee, you're next.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me say
and then Robert, you after Pewee.
Let me thank you. But quickly, before I can come to you, Dr. Monuba, and let me say a wonderful good evening to you. I think it was 2020 officially when the former president of the Republic of Liberia and also the former president Salif, I think the John Day opened the new terminal was September of 2020. I can recall because I attended a program, but then everything was set to move. The first phase at 2018, but yes, I just thought to say that. But let me quickly, since Mr. Gayman said I got two questions, I will take the first point of my question. It's not going to be a question to you, but it's going to be. I just want to take this time because I've deeply researched your activity and followed your engagement with President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf when you headed the Presidential Special Delivery Unit. And there was some very exceptional performance on your part. And I would love to say to you today that thank you for the work, all of the engagement in terms of. There was a time we went to China. There was a debate about one of the Chinese negotiator even talked about you. Said they got a very and he's very fluent in English. He said we had one of the best negotiators. And the Chinese are very good negotiators, and when it comes to negotiation, right? And he mentioned you that you play a very major role in ensuring that most of those support went back to the country, particularly the airport and that of the crossover bridge that didn't happen. So we have president, and it just started now because you exactly correct on that. It's supposed to have started in 2018, but again there was some diplomatic indifference between the Liberian government and the Chinese, and they put halt to that project also. The reason why I'm saying these things because at the time I can remember there was a time I have come to the executive mansion, Press Secretary Pierre. Me that to meet with you in your office that very day. At the time you're still heading the Presidential Delivery Unit. I followed most of the president activities and most of what the delivery unit was performing at the time in the country. So I went across as the head of the New Progressive and pay some key attention and all those things. So I just thought to take this time to say to you, hey, if you perform, you did what the nation called you to do, right? You did all of those things and all of things. So moving forward, I will hope that you carry most of those things forward, and so that we move our country collectively together. Briefly to the point of the appointment of, and I agree, Mr. Gayman, you'd like to hear that when I said he's from Bapuru, and I hope there's the point. I'm from Lofa. Let me make the disclaimer. I'm from Lofa. I'm proud to be from Lofa. But if they were to divide Lofa tomorrow, lower Lofa and upper Lofa, I will not be part of Lofa no more, because it's going to be an act of legislation that is done legally to divide Lofa, to take Lofa from Bapuru. So Bapuru is going to stand all alone today. So that's the basic point I was trying to push up here, that Jonathan Widow is from Bapuru, not from Lofa, and part of what we're saying, and you said some things that we all need to agree to today. Every chairman of the National Election Commission had own political affiliation. Jerome Kokoya contested as candidate on the United Party ticket. And he presided over the election that brought Mr. Weah as president of Liberia, the scene and all those things. So it was going to be difficult. And the fact that until we change the constitution, the president's got the prerogative via Article 54 of the Constitution to do those appointments. So I would just end. But my last point quickly before I can drop my line, and this is the issue we all are now contemplating about the new generation of Liberia. I saw you move across the country, across the country. You're one of those that engage the country thoroughly in terms of campaigning and engaging and having some deep political consultations. What plan do you have moving forward? And knowing that, and I'm very inclined to know this, that elections are very capital intensive. Now we got almost 3 years and a half to the next election. What plan do you have? I'm one person now sitting, having the conversation of pushing with people like you to have the deep conversation about Liberia. But how are we going to navigate this path and closing the gap in finding the requisite resources? You have to understand the mindset of our Liberian people. If you went and just talk to them, like the doctor from Kenya would say, after most of those political campaign, he gave those that came around water, and they said, what are we going to vote with? So what are we basically going to do in closing the gap of finding the requisite resources that's expected to amalgamate the necessary forces that we should bring together in changing the political landscape of the country? Now, because it's a deeply polarized political system we have.
It is.
To divide that deep polarization, there's a need to amalgamate the necessary forces. What are you doing moving forward in raising the requisite resources to stand this huge, humongous challenge ahead of us?
You know, and let me be fair right now. I think Pewee has asked the best question out of anybody here. No, but honestly, thank you so much, and I really appreciate the kind words that you said, Pewee. I really appreciate it, because a lot of times, you know, people sacrifice for the good of the country, and because Liberia is so politicized, like you said, it always gets put into party, and we don't really start to see the true character of people, right? And so we start to try to smudge people's character for politics. You know, I was proud of 2023, right? I visited 263 towns and villages around Liberia. 263 towns and villages where our rule was, as long as there were 10 people listening, I would speak for my 1 hour. I would tell people exactly how I wanted to transform the country. Let's be honest and let's be very fair. And I always tell people who even support me, if that money business that would make me win elections in Liberia, then therefore I will not win. But if we are talking about ideology, if we are talking about character, if we are talking about plans and policies for this country, then we can have the discussion and I can compare to anybody who wants to run for president in this country. Because I'm very clear, when you come to agriculture, Liberia must be self-producing in our staple food of rice. Every single county in Liberia should have a food production zone. Every single county should have a food production zone. Every single, when you start looking at education, everybody graduating from high school should have 2 years of technical and vocational training. We should start talking about JFK being one of the best hospitals, not just in Liberia, but in West Africa, where Ivorians and Ghanaians are coming to Liberia. If it comes to policy discussion, I'm well suited and I'm proud of what we can put on the table. But unfortunately in Liberia, because poverty has unfortunately overwhelmed this country, it comes down to money. When you say you want to run for president in Liberia, people just assume you have money to waste. Liberia has to now start talking about ideology, not tribe. The first question we ask in this country when somebody wants to run, what tribe they man from? Oh, I'm a countryman. It's not about character. It's not about where they got the money from. It's not about what they're saying. Let's be honest. Let's go back to successive governments, right? 2017, what did CDC say they wanted to do for this country? All we knew, hope for change. Give me specific policies that CDC wanted to put in place. Even this UP government, when they came over in 2023, they took almost 1 year going around the country to see what the people want. You don't know that the people need light, water, food? We don't know that they need training, they need access to loans. So these are things we have to start to vote for leadership in this country that tells you what they want to do in specific detail. So that's the issue. So my job, my only job, is to continue to engage. And so therefore I'm so thankful for a platform like this. And I can always say, let other political leaders come on platforms like this and not be scared to answer any questions. Right? Because I love coming on these platforms. I love talking to people I don't know. I love talking to people who are supporting other people, because that's the only way Liberian people will start to hear the issues in this country. Let's take if the person from Lofa, if the person from Papolu, if the person from Nimba, that's how we vote. We are so tribal. And so therefore, like I said before, we are more tribalistic in Liberia than we are nationalistic. Loons, I always give the example. If Lone Star play to stadium tomorrow, the stadium will be half empty. But let Lofa play Nimba, let Bong play Bassa. You will see the place packed. People will be so excited to show their county flags, but they will be ashamed to show their national flag. And so that's what you see in government. When people get to government, they look for all of their people to hire, their family people, their countrymen to hire. We don't focus on merit. We don't focus on the development of Liberia. And so for me, my only job is to continue to go around Liberia, engaging with people, talking to people, trying to convince people that Liberia can be a great country, and it will happen because our generation will refuse to continue the status quo. The status quo in Liberia is not good enough. Our standards are low. You go to typical school in Liberia, there's no computer lab. There's no school feeding program in this country. But yet we say we have schools. The schools, the children are sitting on the floor, no blackboard, no electricity. But yet we say that schools. So our standards have to change if we are going to change Liberia. And so that's why I always say I'm not opposition. People say, oh, opposition leader. No, I'm somebody who wants to see the development of Liberia, whether I'm president or not. And that's what we have to be focused on. So I will continue. Yes, elections are capital intensive. Like I said, the minute you say you won't be president, everybody, their baby bonnie, their rent, their school fee, their MASIC, their PASIC, everything will come to you. And if you can't solve that problem, our Liberian people will say they may not ready yet. I'm a young person. I just turned 47 years old. I'm still also trying to build myself up, but it will never be through corruption. I'm trying to build myself up, but then people assume that because you say you won't be president, you must have all the money in the world. No, what I do have plenty of is love for country. I have the ideas that can develop this country, and that's what we are trying to push right now.
Thank you. Let me go to Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, we're doing one question each so we can go around again.
So, no, I got to do my 2 questions. Everyone has been allowed 2 questions, and I beg your indulgence to.
But then let me go back. Let me go back to Pewee.
That's fine.
That's fine. I didn't one question. I didn't know we had 2.
Some people were allowed 2 questions.
Go ahead, sir.
I start here for an hour listening, so please, I may not even have to go around again. I don't think that would be possible. So please allow me. Listen, I think it's important for us to understand that we appreciate and respect our female counterpart, but they are our equals, professional. They are our colleagues. And so, when I was mentioning earlier, we should not inject this gender thing. I think it's a very slippery slope. We need to be very careful with that. First in, first out. So if all the men came before all the women, let the men. If that's the turn, let them go. If all the women came before the men, if that's the turn, let them go. I don't think we should inject this gender. Telvi, Fanta, they are equals, they are our colleagues, and we share the same respect and the same platform. That's where I was going with this. But Mr. Dr. Clemens, I have a soft spot for you because I think you are a consummate professional. And I think in many ways, from all indications, you have served, you've been immaculate in all of your different positions, and your record can speak for itself. And so it's a bit difficult for me to disagree with you, right? But I won't be Robert if I didn't express my disagreement. And it's probably not a disagreement, and I'll give you the opportunity. I had other questions, but I want to give you the opportunity to address this because this is not just what I'm thinking, right? This is what other people might be thinking as you give your explanation relative to why you indulged Weeder, you mentioned experience, 16 years, and I think Seleke attempted to push back on that, but I'm not sure if he hit the mark. But here is my reservation. I think as you made the argument about experience and merits, I think the argument about merits, sounds a lot better, right? But there's a contradiction, I think, right? Because when you look at your own case to become president of Liberia, and you continue to push this reason of experience, then I think it defeats your own argument when we talk about generational and transformational leadership. I always think about this quote from Albert Einstein, right? When he talked about problems cannot be solved by the same level of thinking that created them, right? That transformational change is a breakthrough through paradigms, beliefs, and behavior. I think it's very, very important. So, in as much as WIDA has served the NEC for 16 years, you would agree that there are fundamental systemic issues that have continued to cripple the NEC. We still have serious reforms like voter registration issue. We have the trucking issue. We have district mob voters roll issues. We have, which is I think is most important. We have the sustainable, transparent, and accountability of the whole election management. And how do they put in place mechanism to earn the public trust? And I want to reiterate, earning the public trust, both politically and apolitically. Because the reason why people have questions about WIDA is because the NEC over a certain period, right, have not done its job when it comes to how do we gain public trust, right? And from our perspective, I think part of the reform should demand that, we should have a partisan-free commission. That's part of what I think will help in all of this. But when you look at all of the serious reform that NEC still lacks today, if we must go by experience at the NEC, WIDA has been there. He has been part of that system. And so his successes are not as your successes. You were in those rooms negotiating, and we can clearly see what the impact you made. You secure a lot of deals for Liberia. Whether or not those were implemented, and I don't think we should blame you for that. You did your part. But when it comes to the failure that we have in the NEC right now, WIDA has been an integral part of those failures. And so my question is, experience is good. If we are only talking about experience by the mere fact of working at the NEC, but if we're talking about merits and successes and achievement, accomplishment, transformation, all of the reforms that we're talking about, then I think WIDA does not pass the test. Most importantly, he has shown to be a partisan a person. Not only was he a consultant, he became part of the Unity Party campaign. He was not just a consultant, he was just not a strategist. I mean, when we listen to the video, it's troubling when he talked about we, not based on a professional, we. And so my question to you is this, I want you to clarify this. Is your argument that WIDA has what it takes to ensure that some of the issues that we have with the NEC are addressed? He has the leadership, or are you more concerned about the time he's been there? Because if that's the case, and I think that's what I heard, I could be wrong, then I think it contradicts and defeats your own argument when it comes to making the case about the presidency, because you may not be the most experienced on the ballot come 2029. You were not the most experienced in 2023, but I can say without any doubt that you were the most capable or one of the most competent with the vision, the explanation, the plan to move our country forward when it comes to transformational leadership. So how do you respond to that?
Listen, thank you for that question. If they put 3 or 4 people up, right, then this can be a debate, right? If they were able to say, these are the 3 people we are looking at, right, then we can look at all of them, their merits, their backgrounds, their experience, etc., etc. But what was presented to us was one individual. And for me, this one individual, my endorsement was predicated on the fact that, and Seleke talked about it, opposition. Just because opposition say A doesn't mean I'm forced to say A. Just because I'm not in government. My main argument for endorsing Weeder was very simple. He was a commissioner who served at a time when UP lost an election in this country. He was a commissioner when the son of the president lost an election in this country. That's what I was based my primary support of his candidacy, because everybody came up, the man is partisan. So now I sat back, I said, wait, how can he be partisan when in 2017 UP lost an election? In 2014, the son of the president lost an election. So my whole idea was this. Are there so many issues at the NEC that has to be addressed? Absolutely. But like I said, there was only one person put up. And for me, it wasn't because every opposition person was complaining. CDC benefited from him being a commissioner, yet they are now complaining. Somebody said it as well. Kokoya ran as a UP representative. When he ran for representative, he ran for UP on their ticket as a candidate. Devietta Brown was a staunch seditian, but yet there was no complaint. So my argument was this: how can we then turn around and complain just because we in opposition? You know, I always say, if government does something that I support, I will support it. If they do something that I'm not comfortable with, I will come out and talk about it. I'm not scared to talk about anything in this country because I'm not looking for a job from anybody, right? So my argument continues to be, right? My major argument when we talk about experience and merit, his experience showed that he could be commissioner and co-chair, and UP lost elections in this country. That was my basis for my support, to be honest with you.
Robert, real quick. Before Robert comes to his second question here, you as an administrator, as I am a politician, in a country of 5.6 million, if the president has only one person that he endorsed as the most qualified, you as a public figure, wasn't that some circumspect to you that, listen, of all these people, only one person, Mr. President, you could find to be, and you say, because the president presented one person, so you agree with him?
I agree with him in this perspective, right? Again, you guys keep trying to put me in the state of being a government official. I am not. I don't know what process they went. All I know is that the one person they put up has run in elections in this country when UP lost. So the opposition cannot come and say he's partisan when they have lost an election. That's my basis. Anything other than that, I'm begging you, and I hope some people from Commissioner Weeder or the NEC is listening to this. Y'all get Commissioner on, right? And these questions.
Thank you. And
these questions
maybe,
are for him. My basis for support. Sorry, Robert.
No,
my basis support. Again, let me clarify it. Was that Commissioner Weeder served as co-chair at the NEC when UP lost elections in this country, when the son of the president lost in elections in this country.
Thank you. And great you mentioned, you didn't mention that because there were also speculation that you are only supporting this candidate because, of course, he was a founding member of the party you now lead, Lano. You know, I'm glad you did not, you know, your explanation has been, and I will accept that. But listen, Liberia, we have a lot of issues right now. The most important of them, I think, is the current security impasses at the border. You are running for president come 2029. And listen, man, I love politicians and folks who will make themselves available for the tough questions, even when we differ. So I will always give kudos to you because you've always made yourself available. What would you do differently than what we see happen right now? You talked about, you know, the issues. We are aware of the issues. We know what we need to do. You talk about the lack of enough transformation and distribution lands in our country. And these are issues that some of these politicians that have been there for a very, very long time, especially the current president, are aware of. They just have not invested or prioritized those areas. When you looked at what's happening at the border, when you look at the job market, when you looked at infrastructure development, currently, if you were president of Liberia, what is one thing that you would do differently to address the many national security concerns of Liberians home and abroad? with regard to the Guinean border issue?
You know, again, I think it's an absolute shame that Guineans are still on the soil of Liberia and we haven't been addressed by the president of Liberia to tell us what's going to happen, what's happening. So if I was president, for example, the first stop I would have made from coming after talking to the president of Guinea is to come and tell the Liberian people where we are, what was discussed, what are the timelines for Guineans taking their foot, leaving our soil. There should be no armed Guineans in Liberia at any point in time. And if so, what is the issue? What is the timeline? I continue to go back to our president. I promise the delegations probably spent over $100,000 to go to Guinea, right? To discuss. They came back, silence. Our speaker, deputy speaker went to the Lufa border, spent probably $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 to go, came back, silence. So as a private citizen now, what am I to think? Is it really Guineans' land? Because why are we not complaining? Why are our leaders not telling us what's happening? Why are our leaders not telling us when the people are going to leave our soil? And so my frustration is that, again, going back to the legislature, they spend 8 days kicking out one of their own, 1 day passing a budget, and we still have no answers. So there needs to be a press conference from the president himself, talking to the Liberian people, telling us what the issue is. And that's how the president should handle this right now. The speaker went, where is his press conference to say, I went to the Guinea border, I spoke to the administration of Guinea, and these are the issues. All we know is that somebody was mining, or maybe somebody wasn't mining, they were spoiling the river, Guinea got vexed, speculations. So the job of a leader is to inform their followers.
But outside of that, the Guineans are still at the border. What are some diplomacy? What would you do? Because they keep saying we don't want war, we don't want war. I don't think all actions require war, right? What would you do to ensure that Liberian borders are protected right now, with the Guineans still occupying that?
You know, so the borders specific to Guinea, or just our borders in general?
Our borders in general, and where they're hosting their flags and right now.
First of all, if we look at the amount of money that goes to immigration, and I hope one of y'all can please do the research very quickly to see how much money goes to immigration. I promise you it's less than what goes to the speaker office. I promise you it's less than what goes to the president's office. So you already know that we are not serious about our borders. Every time you look at the budget, it would tell you where somebody puts their importance. Our importance is buying $45,000 vehicle for a legislature. Our importance is making sure we have $500,000 for entertainment. Our importance is not in the budget. When I say in the budget, meaning the budget shows that our importance is not at the immigration border. The budget shows that our importance is not in agriculture and self-sufficiency. The budget shows that our focus is not in education. So as president, what you have to simply do is put the money that has the most impact in the country. Infrastructure development has the most impact in the country. Yet we spend 15 to 20% on infrastructure. Therefore, it's not important. Even you, when we come to your house, Robert, where does the money go? It's very important for you to have your family in a home, right? The money goes to rent every month. Then they have to eat. That's what you go. But for us, we do it the other side. We take care of all the lawmakers, we take care of all the executives, we take care of all the government officials, and then the rest of the money, we start to divide among immigration, among education, among healthcare. So as president, what the president needs to do, what the president should be doing is reprioritizing what we have in this country. Agriculture, Liberia must be self-sufficient in agriculture. Education, we have to train our people for technical and vocational training. When we talk about immigration, right? Let's look at, and I've been to the border, I've been to Guinea border several times, I've been to Liberia, Sierra Leone border several times. Look at how our immigration officers are living. Look at the equipment they have. Look at the offices. You would take them serious? It's very difficult to take them serious because we don't support them. If we really want our immigration people, you think if we really have real presence at the border, you think Guinea would try that? No. But they look at us, they look at our porous borders because they look at our budget and they know no money is going to our people. There's low pay, there's low salary, there's low support for them. So they don't take our immigration people serious, just like how people don't take our healthcare system serious, just how people don't take our education sector serious. So as president, you have to reprioritize this budget. Let's get rid of, I always tell this story. I went to Namibia and I was picked up from the airport by one of the ministers. I went to go give a speech there, and one of the ministers picked me up. She picked me up in a small Toyota Camry, those Camrys that we can be using for taxis here. I was so shocked because she's a minister proper, picking me up in a small Toyota Camry. Government issued. Their budget is significantly 4 times the size of ours. So their priority is on their people. Our priority is on our leaders. So that's what this administration has to change. That's what we need to change if we're going to change this country.
Thank you. Let me go to Fanta, but before I go to Fanta, somebody text me and said you have not addressed what precipitated the issue with the Guineans. What is the actual issue?
But I don't know. We haven't been told by our leaders. So how can I tell?
So you didn't know that they were mining, that there were some mining activities and all of that?
All speculation. That's why I'm demanding let the president come and tell us the story. It's speculation. I heard it was mining. I heard there was some back and forth. I heard the Minister of Interior went there and came back and nothing was done, which forced the Guineans to come. But I cannot say that as fact because all I know is that the president, the highest person in our country, went to Guinea, came back, and didn't tell us anything. All I know is that the speaker, who was the first highest person in our country, went to the border, came back, and didn't tell us.
I don't agree, Brother Robert. I don't agree with that. If you're saying to us that journalists who are doing our work to investigate and tell us what's going on, you want the government to come and lie to us first before we take it as a fact.
The journalists are speculating. Is that the kind of investigation you want to bring, Sileke? Why is government lying?
Please.
No,
it's Fanta time. You want to eat? You don't do that, man.
Okay, go ahead.
We got 20 minutes.
Sileke, tell me this now. Who is the owner of the company? Since you know everything that's happening, who is the owner of the company? Who's mining?
I'm being told according to the journalists.
According to the journalists now. Which journalists?
Listen.
Spoon TV.
Listen.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Dr. Monuba, the KB Corporation we are talking about, we have all the paperwork of a company called KB Corporation that was sand mining, that were doing all that. We got all that. But anyway, let's go to Fanta, your turn.
Well, Fanta, I'm so sorry, Jerome, but real quick, right? If that is the case, so that's why I'm saying it cannot be this simple, because this should be solved. This is a 1 hour solve if it's just mining. It should be a 1 hour discussion among the two heads of state. Why are we weeks into it and Guineans are still on our soil? So it cannot be that simple. I hope it's not that simple, because if it is that simple and we haven't solved it, then we have more problems than I thought.
Absolutely, because the president addressed the nation where he set up a committee to investigate and get to the bottom and report to him. The president made that. Fanta, go ahead, your turn.
Yeah, the whole thing is fake and gay. Let's just call it like for what it is. I mean, it's not that complicated. There's certainly some nefarious dealings happening here, and the president is involved, and so are his people. Whether we want to do the monkey jump about it, like, it's not gonna make it go away. We are in some deep issue here, and the fact that we have been exposed to this level of national security. Like, this is just ridiculous, and we should stop just making light about it or pretending as if to say we do not understand exactly what's at play, and we're waiting for the government to tell us bunch of lies. Like, it's just unacceptable. This government has not ran any type of sensible administration, and for people who are actually leaders and administrators who have ran Fortune 500 companies and been in the midst of international entities that uphold certain standards and rules, to not see this for what it is. I can't. Different story for different day. But Dr. Monuba, you mentioned securing $250 million for the people of Liberia. That sounds great. But I'm wondering, what did Liberia have to sell or give in exchange for that $250 million? As we're seeing, these concession companies like the China Union, it's always good when we go begging and we get handouts. Nobody ever asks. The newspaper always runs, China gives Liberia $100 million. China is going to build the overpass. China is going to build the Lofa Road. What did Liberia give to China in return? It's very, very interesting, because you have China Union and among other Chinese companies coming to Liberia, destroying the environment, essentially releasing chemicals into the riverways that are poisoning the very Liberian we purport to care about. Yet we can never get to that end of the tunnel. We always stay at the beginning. China gave us 10 million. What about the Liberians that die from those concessions? We never talk about it. But I think I have to give you the pretzel award. If Mr. Nagbe was here, I would ask him to award you that pretzel award, because I think if you've gotten yourself into some pretzels tonight. You have spent months calling President Boyka's $1.2 billion budget malpractice and a betrayal of ordinary Liberians. Malpractice and a betrayal of ordinary Liberians. Those are your words. Those are your.
I didn't understand. You said pretzel award?
Yeah, pretzel award. If Mr. Nagbe was here, I would have Mr. Nagbe hand you that award. I think you deserve that pretzel award tonight. Absolutely.
I will have to learn a little bit more about the pretzel award. But I think
it's just a joke. Just a joke.
I think there's two things here to look at, right?
Wait.
I've never negotiated with any mining or concession company in Liberia.
But I'm not done. So I'm not done.
You're not done?
I'm not done. You mentioned being in the room and negotiating $250 million for the people of Liberia. We know whose signatures are on those concessions.
That was for the MCC. For the MCC, $257 million for the MCC Millennium.
But you mentioned the overpass that is being built today. You mentioned the road, the Lofa Road. You mentioned other projects that were associated. So if the $250 million is void of those, that's fine. If not, I'm just saying, okay.
It is. It's different. It's different. Financial instruments. The Red Light Road, for example, is World Bank. The Lofa Road is Badea, Bank of African Development. Is Saudi, is Kuwait. There's people like that who we negotiated with in loans. In terms of the overpass, it's a grant. Ministerial complex is a grant. The Red Light to Banga Road is a
so hold on one second, Dr. Monuba. You just went over that, and I listened quite patiently to you recount those negotiations.
I just want to make sure we're not confusing where the money's coming from.
Even if we say that, and thank you for the clarification, thank you for the distinction. There were certain negotiations that were loans and certain were grant. It still does not remove the implication that you don't sit across from someone else in a negotiation without giving something away. I think that is the underlining. So the message still stands as to what.
So please be specific in which one now. Let's not put it together. Let's be specific.
I'm not asking you a question just yet. I'm making a statement. I'm saying I wonder what Liberia lost or had to sell in exchange for those negotiations, because we have seen these companies come in from companies or countries who have donated or made these donations or giving these loans, whether it's the World Bank or a country like China. We have seen companies like the China Unions of the world being untouchable, cannot meet up with their corporate social responsibility, cannot meet up with the agreements in their MDAs. You have companies like
Let's go to Firestone.
The Ivanhoes of the wards, Firestone as well. So I'm making a statement to say I wonder what Liberia lost in return of those negotiations. It doesn't mean that your name was signed or you signed those concessions. Your boss signed those concessions. But let me get to my question. I think it's very important. You have spent months calling President Boyka's US $1.2 billion budget malpractice and a betrayal of ordinary Liberians. Those were your words. Yet again, the President Award, we're not going to let you go with this. Yet when it came to the president's pick of the National Election Commission, no one's saying that you should answer for them. I want to make that clear because I keep hearing you saying we should invite the NEC boss, he should answer for himself. I'm not saying you should answer for him. What we're charging you on, because it's important, the distinction is that you publicly supported him, and we're charging you for that decision that you made, not because Bwaka appointed him. You independently made a decision. That's what we are charging you on. So I want to clarify this again. Yet when it came to the president's pick for the National Election Commission, most importantly, the body that will determine whether Liberians ever get a free and fair vote, you called him the best qualified. We talk about meritocracy. Of 5.6 million people, of nearly 100,000 Liberians in the diaspora who work for not just the government, who build structural projects or who lead election bodies. You deem this person the best qualified of all Liberians in the world. Dr. Monuba, you cannot simultaneously call a man's financial judgment a betrayal and a hand stamp, and then hand stamp his control over the institutions that validates his power. This is not a principled position. This is what political scientists call fungibility.
So what's the question?
I understand. You're getting the press. You stolen the press.
My question is coming. The ability to be on every side of every argument, depending on which room you are sending in.
So what's the question? What's the question, Fanta?
So
I think it's an accusation.
So which is it?
I think it's an accusation.
No, Joseph Bwaka is a betrayal. It is a betrayal of ordinary Liberians, or he is the man whose judgment you trust with Liberia's democracy. That is the question. If I had to set the stage, it's very important.
Okay. But you set the stage in this.
Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, so is Joseph Bwaka a betrayer of ordinary Liberians, or is he the man whose judgment you trust most with the Liberia's people's democracy?
You set the stage. You set the stage to someone who understands how to answer questions in this regard. You asked 3 questions and then gave an accusation, or you made 3 statements and then accused me. So all of that was just to accuse me. Okay.
So what was the accusation?
Listen. The first thing you talked about, right, trying to lump on me are concession negotiations. I've never sat in any concession negotiation, right, with China Union or any of the sort. No, but I gave you a chance to talk now, Fanta.
Fanta, let him answer. Go ahead.
You spent 1 to 2 minutes talking about concessions that, you're right, have failed this country. If we were serious as a country, we would be talking about gold reserves, iron ore reserves. Every concession in this country is somewhat of a failure. So I agree with you on that. Liberia is not. Let's go to Bumi right now. What do we have? Blue Lake? What is Blue Lake giving us? So you're not saying anything that I disagree with. The concessions in Liberia have not served the Liberian people. I agree with you on that. So don't bring it up to say like I'm supporting or I've been in negotiations. Liberia right now, we get 4, 6, 15% if we lucky from our
3 to 5% actually.
3 to 5% from our own resources. It's absolute nonsense. And no concession should be set up like that. The Liberian people and the future generation should benefit. There should be a gold reserve. There should be an iron ore reserve that we can save and we can go to the international market and not have to go and credit money. Now I'm linking your arguments now. If we had a gold reserve in this country, if we had an iron ore reserve in this country, we would not have to go begging different countries to build for us what we should be able to build for ourselves. But every single concessional agreement right now is not truly serving the people of Liberia. So yes, you are right. I've not been part of any negotiations in concessions. Because it would not, if I had any voice in those, it would not go like they are. Because they are not serving the people of Liberia. Again, evidence, Bumi, Blue Lake. What are we getting from Blue Lake right now when hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars was taken out of there? That was the first argument you made. The second argument you made, you went to the budget.
That wasn't a question. Like, you took that as a question, and I said, I'm making a statement. I was about that. It was a preface. It was not a question.
Okay, wait. I don't want to make it a dialogue. Let him finish so because we got 5 more minutes here with the document.
Yeah, I want to put my one question into.
Yeah,
my question was like, how can you support this?
Do we have time? We attach time to these things.
My question was, how can you call this man a betrayer to the Liberian people, and then you support his?
I'm talking about. You see, you're trying to make this political.
As the person of democracy.
Okay,
the budget is not good enough. What do you want me to say? Just because I criticize somebody one time, I should never criticize them, or I should never support them. That's the challenge we have in this country. If somebody does good, let's say it. If they do bad, let's say it. I'm not opposition.
You're not answering the question.
What moved me from opposition? I'm not an opposition.
I never mentioned you as an opposition.
I'm just saying somebody else.
Don't put this on Fanta Kamara, please. I never mentioned you as an opposition. You
I didn't say you.
Very clearly.
I did not say you, Fanta.
Okay, that.
But then you brought it up.
Did I not say
1 minute so I can go to television so we can close on this because you've been 2 hours past my time here.
But you gotta come back to me, oh. I had to.
Listen, guys, listen. This is what I was saying. We gotta make it brief because it will go all the way around 5 minutes.
Because I like you out. What time?
You gotta control it. If you don't control it, then we'll move it around.
That's what I'm saying. Tell me, go ahead.
Fanta spent 10 minutes asking a personal question.
No problem.
Tell me, go ahead.
On a serious note.
When I said last, I said the moderator can absorb them. Nagbe or dead too, and that's the thing.
Don't waste our time here. Don't waste our time.
Just saying to take over the show.
This is not a child tailor dictatorial thing here. We talking about civilized thing here. Go ahead.
But the thing task law make you talk about your brother was never adopted.
Listen, man. I'm not just.
Accept the rules of the house, please.
Tell me, let's go.
Your brother, you play middle road, Charles, and he comes to
my one question.
Come on, man.
Me, I was silent so I can ask my question.
Go ahead.
So my one question, though, on a serious note. So Mr. Boycott had made a lot of comments. I'm sure you've heard some of them, and if you need me to repeat, I can, but I'll paraphrase. In the past, he's been making some reckless statement, and we can call it anything else. I term it as reckless. In the past, he's made a statement like Liberia not making new land with the issue of the land. He made a statement about diasporas that, though people were thrown ready for them, he would come for them. And the recent one, he said that don't mind those people over there, they're not here, and use the analogy of, when you pass in a dog barking at you, you don't follow the dog. Your take on that, sir?
Our president said that, right?
Yes, but you're a citizen now, and you're a prospective president. I want to hear your take on that.
Listen, I keep going back to the idea that the president's job is to engage the Liberian people on, if not daily basis, on a weekly basis. For example, if God was to ever bless me and I become president of Liberia, every Friday, I think the president should be able to address the people of Liberia, answer questions, just like I'm talking to the people here on this panel, right? And then if that's happening, there's constant dialogue, so we don't get this type of, and honestly, I hadn't heard some of that, to be frank with you. Now, my first time, I heard the dog one, but I didn't hear the other two. But my argument continues to be, as president of Liberia, yes, and talking about people in those, I think the press secretary, the Minister of Information does an extremely good job. I know him well, and I think he does a good job. But at the end of the day, the president of Liberia should be talking and answering questions to the people of Liberia. And I think that's the one major thing we are missing, not only in this administration, but the previous one, right? I don't think too many times we came and spoke to the people of Liberia. And unfortunately, President Boycott is following suit. The president of Liberia has to be answerable. And let me bring this up. And Seleke is in Rwanda. The president of Rwanda, for his State of the Nation, anybody can ask him a question. I was fortunate enough to be invited to the State of the Nation in Rwanda. And they literally brought a microphone to me to ask me if I had a question for the president. That's transparency. That's accountability. And that's what we need in Liberia. So all of those statements are done, right, outside of the framing of what a president should be doing, which is engaging the people of Liberia. If that every Friday, speak to the people of Liberia. If that the first Monday of every month, speak to the people of Liberia. And that's what we have been missing for almost 8 years. President Weah, I don't think really had press conferences.
Question, though,
we are under that. Yeah. So what was the question about the statements he made?
I mean, do you think it was appropriate? The ones you know about, you say you know about one. What's your take on it? What your take on it? I'm sure you heard it. What I want to hear your view on it. Don't tell me to go call him to come talk.
Sometimes y'all can frustrate. Sometimes y'all frustrated the man. What you want me to say?
What? It comes with the territory. Are you kidding me?
Say that again. Say that again. No, listen. You know, should he say that?
Frustrating you yet today?
David, the thing the president can say that on there.
Everywhere.
Would he say that as a president?
Let me go to Mr.
Mr. Gayman, can I ask a second question, please?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jerome. Dr. Monuba, thank you ever so much again for the time you spent with us and clarification you threw on some of the issues. I'm going to ask you, I'm a little bit concerned with your attitude towards opposition unity. I heard you say you're an independent person. You're not going to say because opposition say, and I respect that. But you know, I mean, we spend so much time on the widow thing. I'm just going to let it go. But I'm becoming concerned as to whether you're not adopting a John Fetterman attitude. I don't know if you know John Fetterman is the Democratic senator here in Pennsylvania who is more Republican now than even Donald Trump. So I have to ask you this. What is your stand on the Kehleboe episode, given the fact that they are not coming after Kamara as well? And apparently this government has not been emboldened by their removal of Kofa without consequences. So the opposition is rallying behind Kehleboe. I want to know what is Lionel's stand on the Yeke situation. Thank you again for your time.
And I thought, no problem. And I thought I was clear about that, to be honest with you, but let me say it again. It was a complete waste of time coming back for 10 days and spending 7 to 8 days trying to kick out your fellow, lawmaker when we still have no answers from the executive. We still have no answers from the speaker of the legislature or whoever the case may be. So I'm not, I wasn't in support of them getting rid of Yeke. Again, when you talk about opposition, right? My argument continues to be, I have an independent mind. When I see something that's right, I will say it. When I see something that's wrong, I will say it. In the case of Yeke, I don't support his removal. I never have, and I don't, right? We have to have free speech in this country. And you raised the point. Once we continue to go down this path, we will be in trouble. The thing with Kamara you talked about, I think they vexed with him because he said we have 2,000 military people. And that was the case. Who doesn't know we have 2,000 soldiers in Liberia? What national security issue was that said? If we are serious, we should be talking about how do we build not only 2,000, but we should have a 10,000 person Army Corps of Engineers. That's been one of the arguments that we've been making. And the Army Corps engineer should be in every single district in Liberia, making sure our children don't go to sit down on dirt floor for school, making sure that the roof is not raining on their head when they're trying to learn the ABCs. So that's my argument. 2,000 soldiers, Liberia Army, we are small. Are they well equipped? Are they well trained? They were well trained because I think from back in the day, the U.S. Army and a few other partners helped support us. But yes, I hear people are coming at Kamara because he said that. We are focusing on the wrong things in this country. Our people are starving and we are chasing lights. That's the problem in this country.
Thank you very much.
Well, guys, listen, the candidate have been here for 2 hours. I think we should give him the chance to close so he can have time to come back. We don't want to run him away because we want you to come back another time. So, Doc, it's yours.
Can I ask one last question, please?
Okay, when he comes back, you will ask the last question.
Kigali. He said he's there with him.
When he comes back the next time, get ready on your last question. Listen. Right? No, come on now, Seleke. You told me you got 2 questions. You were combining. You had LEC and the terminal. Okay, so write it down. The next time you can, you ask the last question. Doc, your parting comment.
Listen, I love these debates. Honestly, y'all don't understand how excited I get when I engage with people who have their own political thinking or don't support me. And it's clear who doesn't support me, right? It's clear who's objective. So it's very clear. But I love these debates simply because this is how we will build our country. I pray that everybody who they're supporting, let their political leaders come on here and have this discussion. Right? It shouldn't be about tribalistic or that my tribe. And I continue to say, if we are going to build, to truly develop Liberia, we need to have these discussions. So I appreciate this platform. I appreciate the work y'all do, because people don't understand every night coming on to discuss is hard work. But at the end of the day, we have to be above politics sometimes. It can't be every time. And that's the challenge we have. We are more political than nation building in this country. And that's the unfortunate thing, right? And so when, a lot of times, a lot of young people will see me and say, oh, Dr. Monuba, you this, you that, you need to wait more. Then now your time. When is Liberia's time? That's the question we should be asking. And my argument is that no country will truly develop, to be frank with you, if this generation, our generation, it does not change the status quo. The status quo is not good enough for Liberia. I continue to say it, and I will always say it. But if we continue to become political, right? If we are more political than developmental, our country, there's no way in Liberia you will not see poverty. You cannot leave your house and not see abject poverty. Even if you see a fine building around there, you will see a small 5-year-old, 10-year-old child selling peanuts. That's poverty. You will see dirt road, poverty. You will see zinc shops, poverty. You will see a school empty, no electricity, no computer lab, poverty. So we need to be serious about the development of this country. Let's start listening to what we have to say. Let's start looking at the character of people who are trying to run in this country. Let's look at the character of the people who want to lead this country. And that's why I said Liberia has too many leaders, not enough ethical leaders. And that's the fight that we all have to join. That's why Liberia needs 5 million leaders and not one leader. All of us have to take the development of this country serious. Look, I've been to 7 countries this year. 7. I've been to 7 countries this year. And it always hurts when I land in somebody else's country and it's founder than my own. It hurts. I'm not doing this because I have nothing to do. I'm not doing this because I'm looking for money. I'm doing this because Liberia deserves better. We must demand better. We must elevate ourselves to be higher and not be happy with the status quo, not be continue to say, at least. That's our Achilles heel in this country. At least he did well. And so until we can change that, we'll continue to have the country we have, which is not good enough. So again, thank you everyone for this platform, for the questions, for the engagement. Like I said, I really, we need to regularize this where I come on more. People can ask more questions, because this is the only way we'll tell the true contenders from the pretenders, the people who can truly fundamentally change this country from people who say they can but don't have the ability to. So again, thank you all so much for the opportunity, and God bless.
Thank you very much. For 2 hours of your time, you could have been sleeping, you could have been doing other things. You took time to come and engage. We appreciate you again. Coming. Thank you very much.
Sure. Definitely.
Okay, guys, we have had our guest for 2 strong hours. He answered all of the questions. They may not have been to your liking, but he did. We allow him to leave. After he leaves, they said signs out. Then we're going to do our evaluation. My goal is, by all means, I come on here at 5 o'clock. Is 8. It's 3 hours. I'm hoping that we'll start on time at 5 and leave at 8. Now, if they want to have the late night thing, then somebody else takes over, and then they can go as long as they want. That's my goal, and hopefully we'll get to that. But yes, he was here for 2 hours. He's one of the few that have always agreed to come. You have to give it to him. He comes, he engages, he does all the things that a regular person would do. One of the things, my disappointment, 2 disappointment, the one that I think he didn't want to engage is what Pewee was saying. whatever race it is in Liberia, whether it is legislators, whether it is just the House or the Senate, it is labor and capital intensive. And then when you go to the presidential aspect of it, now you have to do 7 or 8 districts, 15 counties. I won't even talk about the capital. That is just out of this world. And if he thinks that we can just sell an ideal, and then folks, even get into these areas, you need gas, you need transportation, you need staff, you need salaries, you need just the basic, and it's humongous. But he says, if that's what the people are looking for, then he's not a candidate. I found that to be somebody who is underestimating the presidential race. Who wants to go first? Let me start with Pewee. Your take on the candidate?
We closing now, right?
Yeah. No, we're not closing now. We're doing the evaluation.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, I think he's someone that do understand the political bureaucracy of the country. He played a very major role there in a very meticulous way. He handled most of the activities and examinations by himself. So he's grounded in terms of understanding the political dynamics of the country. Structurally, he do understand that. Systematically, he do also understand. I think, and he was very much to the point as to throughout the show, he was very unflappable. And I thought in terms of a serious man, that individual that is nursing the presidents of any country, you behave more presidential, I think. But the day and the time he's growing, he's fast learning. And so the point is he's there all. But my own point is what you just concluded on, you just concluded monologue just now. The point is that he will have to take into consideration trying to seek resources. The political system of our country is not ideologically based. No, it's not. It's far from that. And that's one of the reasons why we don't really have, even institutions are not structuring the way that that will move with. And that's one of the reasons why even then the CDC moved to suspend some of our lawmakers in recent time, because they don't believe in institutional-based approach to things. They are more individualistic in terms of taking decisions, where the party should come and take a collective institutional decision, if you will. So he will have to begin the process by creating the network, very, very strategic network expansion, and you have to expand that network in trying to do these things. Now, the capacity to be the president, to face the debate, to come up with a structural manifesto that will go a long way in trying to say, okay, I have this dossier, and by this dossier, we can expand a lot of areas from all the sector of our country, the agricultural sector, security sector, the infrastructure sector, if you will, the social services, those areas, you have to do everything. But the very serious hurdle that he's going to meet ahead of him is that, and I think it was part of the reason I did some post-mortem on terms of his campaign. Most of those areas he visited, he was one of those that really went across the country, but most of those he met, they were not that moved because the campaign was not, as someone would say, was not succulent. So my uncle would say, so he would have to redirect and re-engage the methodology to that, and then have the mind of other people meeting to have this kind of discussion. But I think it was a great show, and I respect all of his views and all of things where he didn't please, but I thought he's one that is very reachable, and he's understand deeply the Liberian political process. He himself sat in the presidential deliberate office. That office, if you were to sit in cell office and understand, Madam Salif news was network, or a very extended network to expose some of them. Particularly, he was very much exposed. He have gone to the comfort, the major challenge issue that he was just talking about, the $152 million, and the China issue. That I think those are things that really open him up to our foreign policy objective. So to be nursing for that office and understand all these things, it was a great thing. So yeah, I look forward to always interacting with him.
Great. Let me go to Tavi. Do your evaluation.
Are we on post analysis or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So for me, I'll be very honest with you. Dr. Monuba, it's somebody that I always sort of have a soft spot like Robert Ford because I felt like he was a breath of fresh air. He's a young man, one of the best for Liberia. Mr. Cummings, even though Cummings people think I don't like him, but I like the man himself, his people. But today, I'll give him an F for 3 reasons. I think, yes, he came with much fire compared to other times, but one, the weeder stuff, what he said, I went on competence. If it was open, like an open bid or whatever, open application, would have had other people that were qualified. But to the fact that this man was handpicked and he ran on accountability and all these things, and this man got a history of being unethical, and to sit down and say, I voted for him, I supported him because he has 16 years of experience, and it's all I had in front of me. We should have raised enough red flags for you not to sign off on him because that's all you have in front of you. That was enough reason, plus the video and everything else. So that's one. So that's, for me, that was it. Second, when he was asked about the LEC stuff, I keep hearing, every time he comes on these shows and I want to hear, he talks about, it's the youngest I secure money as head of LEC. We all know you head of a board. There's more, you charge of oversight. Accountability, financial governance is more than just I went around securing funds. But to say that, I secure all this money and I took my hand, or I'm not responsible, like that was the only job he had, for me, that didn't settle well. The third thing there, when I asked him about all the utterances about boycott, he's like, the president said it, right? And he went all around in circles. I think, it wasn't, he was not at his best. Even though he was firing, interruptive, if that's the better term. But the answers were not satisfactory to me. So for me, today was an F.
Excellent. Let me go to Johnny. Johnny, because Johnny is in Liberia, he may lose power. Johnny, if you're there, come on. If not, let me go to Victor. Victor, your evaluation of today.
Well, thank you, Jerome. I honestly, I've always imagine Dr. Monuba as a very cool, calm, and collected, laid back, and so whenever I interact with him, I expect a lot more. But today I was kind of surprised. His team, he seemed kind of rattled. He was impatient. He wouldn't let people complete their questions. It seemed kind of a little bit arrogant too. I was kind of disappointed. The issues that we were raising, those are not complicated issues. Why do you endorse Jonathan Widow? Nobody even mentioned the fact that Widow is from Lino.
He came from me, Mr. Nagbe. He came from me today.
I did.
So if we, but I thought he was a little bit, talking about he's not going to coalesce with independent opposition because
he's not an opposition.
What does that mean? So, and I'm happy he's committed to coming back as often as possible. Maybe we need to do this more often, but tonight I'm left with a very, very underwhelmed appreciation for him. I expect a lot from him, but I was really not impressed at all. And I know he's listening back there, he's hearing me. He will come back again, we'll talk about this. What about Tipla Reeves? Tipla Reeves has been on the commission like forever, like Widow. She's not from Lofa. Whether Bapulu or Lofa, it doesn't matter. Potato is the same thing. So he comes on here and we're trying to get clarity from these questions and he gets upset, and he's cutting people off. I was really, I think he has a lot of cleaning up to do. I hope you'll come back soon. Okay. But I appreciate some of the clarifications he made. His term in government, and I agree with Telvi. I don't think it's sufficient to just say I went and brought the money and left it with them. That's like this guy who said, I don't want to tell Jesus whatever you won't do with him but my hand on there. What is that? What is that? He worked with Madam Johnson Shirley, 68 agreements, only 2 of those. And he worked directly with the president on presidential projects. I think he should feel a little bit more responsibility for what they did to this country. Bwaka was the vice president then, and he knows that. So we're discussing what is happening here. I really expected him to be very, very sober-minded on the issue, but he's a little bit kind of defensive. But anyway, thank you. I hope you come back again soon.
Fanta?
Oh no, I think Robert should go.
No, little man, call you. Go ahead,
No, no,
Fanta,
no, no,
please.
no. Like,
No,
because
before they say woman man, yeah, Robert, go ahead.
no, no, no. Let Robert go.
Yeah.
I'm not better go at Vicky.
Oh my gosh. But listen, I think all fairness though, I think it's a bit Telvi. I think why it is true that I do understand your frustration. I think it's a bit unfair to give him an F. I mean an F. I mean that's
Great,
you talking
I know, but because you were the only one who graded him. Right, because you were the only one who graded, and I think that kind of sticks, right? Listen, I think that Dr. Monuba, I think he's brilliant in many ways, and I think he has repeatedly shown that. He's one of those candidates, Mr. Jerome, who isn't afraid to engage. And sometimes these engagements are kind of tricky, and sometimes, hey, decisions are made that may not be politically, favorable, right? And in my
Robert,
honest,
I'm sorry. You know when Robert is done, I have a caller when Robert is done.
Robert, hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I said, okay. Robert, you don't mind, do you?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Roland, go ahead. You're live.
All right. Thank you. Good evening to every one of you on the panel. Yeah, listening to our brother, Mr. Dr. Clarence Monuba tonight, a little bit disappointing. This is the young man who calls himself an opposition. And now he's saying that he is not an opposition. I don't know what kind of Liberia you guys want to run. But, I do understand that he from low part too, so he's trying to play the uncle card or the nephew card or the whatever card. Because Joseph Braga, all of them uncle. But this country is not just for the Lothian, it's for all of us. So if you want to be serious to run this country, you need to come clear. You can't just come today and say, oh yeah, I signed for all the concession and trying to implement. I am not there. I didn't collect money. We need to investigate. But his appearance tonight was very, very disappointing. Seriously. A young man. I'm a young man too. Clarence about just 3 years older than me. If we want to come and run a country, and he will run a country on the travel line, because he was just talking about travel in it. But when it came to Wheeler, one thing Councillor Chipo is from River G. But Councillor Chipo, until his death, he said that I'm from Grand Judah County, because at the time, when Councillor Chipo was born, there was no River G County. But these people, they come around. The last administration, they used to talk about the Southeast. Everybody from but in the Southeast, you have 5 counties. But today, from the president to finance minister to LRA to then governor, everybody that know, they're all Lothian. But we're waiting for 2029. Thank you.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Robert.
Listen, as I was saying, I think there are decisions that are not politically favorable, and sometimes you can give clarity where it is needed, but it's difficult to as you kind of deep dive, it's difficult to really explain. I think Lionel's decision to support Weeder, I think it was a rush decision, and I think they did not wait. This is just my opinion. They did not wait to really digest all of what I believe should have been digested to make an informed decision on whether it was competency or experience. And if you saw my question, because of the soft spot that I have for him, if I were talking to him behind closed doors, I would have said, Chief, I think we need to re-strategize the explanation as to why this decision was made. In fact, I would not have even done that because from listen, especially knowing the fact that Weeder is the founding father of Lionel, immediately people will automatically assume that this decision was made, on political and partisan lines, right? Given his close proximity to the formation of the party that he now has, and his relationship with with that party and his dad. So and I think he struggled with that. But listen, you got to respect a man who comes on, even with that struggle, and still, articulate, his support for that. But I think that's my only reservation. I don't think that explanation suffices. But again, we all have to understand that, he and the party has the right to support who they wish to support. Unfortunately, we as the general public and in the space of media, we have a right to read between the lines and ask the tough question. But when it comes to his achievement in negotiating fundings for key projects, I think that undeniably, I think he's performed, Tevi. Now the implementation of those projects, I think it's unfair to hold him accountable for them if his job was not to implement those projects, right? For instance,
he was the head of the board.
Yeah, if the head of the board. Yeah, I understand that.
It
But the
doesn't
head
stop
of the
to
board,
soliciting funds. You have oversight, Robert.
so let's give an example. It's a perfect example on the implementation of the overpass. The expectation was that project should have started in 2018. A matter of fact, based on what I've been told, it should have started at the end of 2017. But because of the election in 2017, they had to put that on hold. The new government took over in 2018, right? They were already out. And so if that was already in formation and that process had already been secured,
the new government took, Robert, the new government came in 2019.
2019, I'm sorry.
The time that he was there, he was not only there to solicit funds.
And so that project should have started, you're right, thanks for correcting me. But that project should have started under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration, right? For some reason, I think political reasons, that project did not start. When the previous administration came, they did not follow through. What I am saying, though, is that I think it's unfair when it comes to the full implementation of the project. I think he articulated very well, for instance, what was negotiated when it came to the airport and what was built. What was given to the people?
But Robert, he wasn't
right?
clear on that, because if he said he wanted to build a shell, how much you spent on the shell? How much did you spend?
But that's an explanation that.
But when you were on Ellis Sirleaf, he was head of the board. So that portion, that percent of oversight was with him. What percentage of the project did they implement?
That's
right. That whole thing, he was responsible for that, including how the money was expanded.
Right.
He was responsible for that.
Tevi, those are all intelligent questions. And I'm not saying those questions are not questions that he should answer. What I am saying is, based on his role, specifically on those negotiation tables, I thought that he's performing. And what is also most important, and something he should brag about politically, and some people might think is arrogant, is the fact that in all of his participation in public service, we can question why he endorsed WIDA. We can question his explanation. I question his explanation, and I don't agree with it. I respect it. But we cannot question the fact that he has upheld his integrity when it comes to what is eating our country up, when it comes to corruption. He's not tainted when it comes to corruption.
Well, when you're making those kind of ethical decisions, ethical decisions, it discredits your accountant, it credits your character, it discredits you as a person, especially as your person who wants to lead.
Robert,
so let me just close. Let me close.
Please close that, Robert. I'll shut up.
Robert, hold on 1 minute. Your name and where you calling from?
Oh, by the way, 2018, not 2019.
Yeah, that's true. 2018. Yeah, go ahead, Chief.
Yeah. Thank you, let me say good evening.
We can hear him. He's very low.
Let me say good evening to all the panelists, man. This is Abraham Connor calling from New Jersey.
Go ahead.
A fascinating topic that unfortunately I got it at the tail end of the interview you guys had with Mr. Monuba. But from all indication, I know Monuba is a young man, but when it comes to Liberian politics, the perception politics is nothing small to play with. If you're going to put yourself forward and state here, it becomes indelible, and state here that you're not an opposition. Please tell me, what are you running for then? So it becomes a difficult thing to sell any day. Secondly, But people look at you in a direction and draw a conclusion on you that you are playing original or tribal politics, it becomes a difficult thing to get yourself out of that hole. I know there are many cases that you can reference here. I vividly recall when I called on this show, and I even jokingly put Johnny on the spot here when it came to the Linus situation. I was first stated on the show with you guys here. And if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to politics, Jerome, the appointment of an election commission chairperson, Lionel, almost set a precedent here to come out as to endorse a chairperson of the election commission. Even at the time that the former chairperson was elected, it was just a speculation out there that she identified with CDC. And parties started writing out that, in fact, from the United States and all over, that they should reject her. Have to have an opposition political party with a guy in the electoral in the war room. It took Lionel 2 days to have an endorsement for this man. It's troubling. But this, and then not only that, to come on your show here today, and Mr. Monuba to state that he's not an opposition, then who are you then? Are you an ally of the government? Is your party an auxiliary of this government, like the chairperson of the party thinking that indeed they are, how do you call it, a happy vibe? Are you a happy vibe here? Because that's what indicated here. It's troubling for this young man. He got a lot of answering to do here, and I hope Johnny and others will clear it down here. But it's troubling here. This, from all indication, is stating that this brother is falling in love with the local politics. I'm sorry. I gotta state that this is a local politics at play here. Johnny, I know maybe you told that you want to be on the election commission. I think this would make it easier for you to go to work with the election commission now. But this is troubling. I just want to point those things out, man. But thanks for the time, bro.
Thank you. So let me close, and let me close real quick. And I think it's, again, I think the terminology about I'm not an opposition, I don't think that's what he meant. And I think the reason why I don't
No, Robert, I won't let you go there. You can't divide thought. You can't say not what he meant.
But I think
how you know it's not what he meant.
Because the follow through was that just because he's not in government, or just because he opposes a lot of policies and things that he don't deem good for the country from this administration or even the past administration, does not necessarily mean he should oppose every decision that the president made. And I think he emphasized that when he in his explanation as to why they supported that. But listen, I think overall, I think the interview was good. I don't think it was one of his best interviews. But I thought like always he articulated himself pretty well on the issues. I think he struggled on the issue when it comes to the support of WIDA. And I think, again, hopefully he comes back so that we can expand on this, because this is going to continue to come up. This is going to be a political, opposition. People who are within the opposition will continue to question whether or not, like what's his name said, if Lionel is an auxiliary of the incumbent. From all indication and everything that Dr. Monuba has talked about over the past few years, I doubt that's the case. But again, perception in politics.
Real quick before you go.
Reina.
1 minute.
I definitely not will give him an F. More than that, he doesn't get an A from me.
But Reina.
I'll do a B.
B? Okay. Yeah. Okay, Robert, before you go.
Wait, but Mr. Gayman, like, we're not done with the analysis yet.
I just before he land, I just wanted him to.
No, he already landed. I beg you.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Fanta, you'll not do that.
Fanta,
you'll not. Mr.
Okay, let me go to Fanta.
No. Mr. Jerome, please. Fanta will not do that. Please.
Okay. The question that everybody should include in the assessment is, if he wants to be president 2029. His primary objective will be to clear Joseph Walker out of the way. We have to make sure that Joseph Walker is defeated, right?
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about.
Okay, so what does
No. If you want my job, the objective is for me to be fired for you to get the job because you can do the job better.
But then before Fanta come in 30 seconds, I think I'm going to reiterate what he said. I think part
No,
of the
I'm
problem
asking you. I'm asking you.
But just because
if you want somebody's job,
right?
Okay, and you want them fired
Okay,
because they're not doing a good job.
Absolutely. But I want them fired on the substance. And the substance, listen now, the substance has to do with sometimes the truth. And the truth is, just because I'm a contender in the presidency, and because I think I can do a better job than Joseph Boakai, does not necessarily mean that I can't command Joseph Boakai if he does something right, or if he makes a decision that I think will overall, by extension, benefit the people of Liberia and the country. And I think that's where he comes from. Just because you want his job doesn't necessarily mean you should lie your way to power. And I think that's what Unity Party did to CDC. So I think we have to be objective. Even political leaders have to say, you know what? I may not agree with the leadership of this country. I may not agree with 90% of what Joseph Boakai has done, but I think I commend Joseph Boakai for a decision that I believe I would have taken as president, or that I believe will by extension benefit the people of Liberia. I think that argument suffices, and I think that argument politically, if we're in a political dispensation where we're talking about the issue, where we're not just trivia on everything, I think he wins in that environment. But in Liberia, it's a bit difficult.
I don't think so. Fanta, the primary reason of an opposition is to take power, to get state power. And you take state power from a person who is in power. So there's no way you can say, I want to take state power, but if he wants it, he can keep it. That's not how it works. So I think you quoted some of the things he said, how abysmal this administration has been in several areas. And then he says here that he's not an opposition. So most people are confused.
Yeah. Look, I do agree with one point that Robert raised, that not take power by hook and crook. So because if you consider yourself a principled person, you do have to maintain that level of consistency with principality, and that was mainly the points that I was questioning him on, because a lot of his statements seem very contradictory. He purports principality, or being a principled person, being a person of substance. He constantly talks about his record with the Ellen administration and all of the accomplishments. And my one of the things that I mentioned, which he took as a question, was, if you're sitting in these rooms, you're negotiating loans on behalf of Liberia. We talk about Liberia's debt increasing every single day. When you're sitting back there and negotiating those loans, did you not think of the associated implications or the side effects of those loans? Whether the loan he negotiated with the World Bank was $250 million. Could Liberia really afford to take out a $250 million loan from the World Bank then? What was the interest rate, right? Was there favors that he may not have been aware of that was associated with that loan that was being given to Liberia? There are some conversations, even him has to understand that he would not be privy to, as much as he was the one sitting across from the representative of the World Bank or whomever, making having that discussion about a $250 million loan. He doesn't know what Ellen is having conversations about with Epstein in the background. Don't forget, Epstein worked with the World Bank or had dealings on Wall Street. So I'm not saying that he's associated with Epstein, because I know he keeps trying to not answer my question or just go around circles about it. What I'm saying is that every action has implications, especially if you're sitting across from someone negotiating money, right? Whether it's a grant, whether it's a loan. If you were the one claiming to make these negotiations, the aftermath of what we're seeing, for example, the grant you talk about, do you think someone just look, we know nothing is for free, right? Everybody knows this. Nobody comes and give you $50 million and say, I just love you today, man, Mr. Gayman. I think today is Sunday. It's a bright Sunday. The sun is shining outside. I just saw the nightingale and they told me to give you $50 million. It doesn't work that way. So understand, don't just sit there and say, I negotiate for $50 million. the problem that you could have put Liberia in could have been $1 billion worth of problem. Did you understand that part, or you only understand the part where you negotiated for $50 million? Were you the one doing the diligence for integrity check for the people that were sitting across from you, or that benefited directly from that negotiation? See, people don't often think through the full picture. It's always, they always stop at the narrative that is appeasing. And look, I think nothing from this young man. Like, I think he might be super brilliant. He might be really smart. He might have something going here. But I don't think he's ever been faced with like these type of intricate questions. And coming on here tonight, I know he was coming for me. I think Johnny did a poor job. Johnny, no offense like to you, but I think you did not do your boss any favors by going to him and rattling him up about Fanta Kamara. So he came on here agitated to face Fanta Kamara. And I don't have a hate in my heart for this guy. I don't even know him from anywhere. So I think sometimes like the message that probably went back was like, yeah, this person is rah, rah, rah. And on here, I think the questions I asked was very fair. That there was a constant effort to associate me with, or associate my questions with politics. There were no political underlining tune to any of my questions. The question I asked was about you saying that you're going to put any corrupt official in jail. And he repeated that. He said nobody should be immune. And he confirmed that. And then so my question was, well, you put Ellie in jail. So how is that political? How is that a political question? So they're trying to associate my question, that question, as being political. Just, it was a fill on his part. This also the second question that I even asked about like the NEC. How is it that you're condemning this guy 1.2 billion, calling it a betrayal? Not even, oh, that was wrong. A betrayal, a malpractice, his words. I quote, malpractice and betrayal to the Liberian people. But then it takes you 2 seconds to publicly support his pick for the person who is going to be responsible for our democracy. So which one is it? He is a betrayer to the Liberian people, or he is the best person, he's the most qualified person to manage our democracy. Look, his response about not being in opposition, I'm not gonna go into that. Like, I think he got himself like in a tangle there, or a pretzel there, that he will probably watch this show and think through a better response when it comes to those questions next time, whether he wants to be opposition or not. My issue is the fungibility, the spongiability of it all. I can't stand it. It really irks me when you have politicians who claims to be one thing but are not consistent like to that. It really serves as a slap in the face to the people, because the people expect consistency. They deserve consistency. If you're principled today, no one's saying you cannot compliment when an opposition does, or an incumbent does something good, and when he does not, for you to condemn that. That's not what we're saying. But the thing that you're complimenting is not good. So what do you want us to say? That's not a justification. And then you want to use meritocracy. But when they go the meritocracy route, then you say, oh, I can't answer for him. I'm not him. We're not saying that you made the appointment. We're saying you supported, you made a decision. You made a decision to support him. You weren't forced to do it. But you did that in no time. And it's questionable because it's not in alignment with the ideology that you have purported, with the narrative that you have presented as not being part of the status quo. But can people question that? Is it because this guy's a founding father of your political entity? Is it because of tribal lineage? I mean, come on. You have to see why people are asking these questions, and to try to just dance around it, it doesn't make it go away. And then the one thing I will finally say is that the underlying association that, oh yeah, like this must be political and you're supporting people based on tribal line. Like, what was that to me that I'm supporting that the CMC political leader because he's a Madingo and like I'm a Madingo. Like, guy, come on. That was really low. Because people are texting you. What are people texting? Those people are texting you very wrong information. They have no idea of what they're talking about. Again, I have nothing against this guy. I think perhaps he just had a poor performance tonight. And unfortunately, he was rattled up before coming to the show because I know someone got back to him and told him about me. So he was coming on very rattled. Unfortunately, it did not land the way he anticipated. I think he absolutely deserves to come back and clarify all of this. Absolutely.
Let me welcome the Chief Tomalin George. Welcome to the show.
So, Gayman, you left on that top for 30 minutes.
No, you see that you don't want to try to
Fanta, didn't
let Johnny got to go to bed. Let Johnny close now.
Welcome to the show, Chief. Because Johnny is in Liberia. You know, he's handicapped with the lighting. Johnny, please come on, man, and help us out here.
Yeah. So Mr. Gayman, thank you.
Johnny, if you may, I don't want to forget before you continue, please, Mr. Gayman. The Dr. Monuba, what some of the things he said, we need to be very clear on the show. He didn't talk about World Bank loan. He didn't negotiate any World Bank loan.
Mr. Gayman, I'm not going to do this. This guy
was about the grant he got from China.
He clearly said World Bank. He clearly said World Bank. He clearly said World Bank.
Don't
respond to my comment.
Let me say what he talked about. What he
why are you thinking hiatus? We didn't miss you. So
but it's okay for us to respectfully disagree.
Go ahead.
And that's what I'm doing, and I will respectfully. But what I want to do is the other end. No one will like on this show. It won't happen again. I respectfully say what I'm saying here to just give information.
Go ahead.
This is what I'm doing. I won't take nothing whatsoever that will cross the line moving forward.
Let's go.
What he said basically was, and at the time I recorded most of those conversations, and we knew what unfolded. He didn't negotiate. Dr. Monuba was not part of any negotiation. The negotiation issue was the grant from the Myean Compact. The compact, the MCC was a grant. It was not a loan we took. It was a grant from the United States government to the Liberian people. Mm-hmm. The overpass was also a grant, was not a loan. Mm-hmm. I just thought to give the two basic information that the Monuba was part of the negotiation abroad. Those were not known that the government of Liberia got. It was through the Chinese was a bilateral commitment to the Liberian government. It was a direct bilateral aid to government. Government is not going to pay that back. For those that are listening, I don't understand what I'm saying. Government not going to pay back that. The $252 million was a direct grant from the people of America to the people of Liberia to begin the process. Government, I'm studying engaged and to begin the process of trying to reconstruct our hydro and mine coffee plant. Was part of the two. So he was not part of any direct, I get that? Direct negotiation from the World Bank issue that was done at the time.
He mentioned the loan that the road from somewhere to the red light. He said that was a loan. Then he mentioned something about the road to Lofa. There were a few loans he talked about that.
The road to Lofa is a grant also from the Kuwaiti fund. The Kuwaiti fund that's a grant also. The Kuwaiti fund money is a grant. The money from China is a grant. And the money also from the World Bank or something. So
will you be kind enough, Jerome? I think they shouldn't. Sylvester, will you be kind enough to drop the documents or putting all of these claims in the chat room, please?
Jerome, go ahead, please.
I want you to answer me.
Listen, we're going to research it and we're going to put it here.
No problem.
You just have to rewind what he said.
Somebody just put the links of it in the comment section.
It is no secret that the Monuba helped negotiate most of the money that Liberia got for the roads and other stuff.
You see, I don't like this. This is why, this is how things start. Nobody's talking about his negotiation. He said loans. That's what he said. He said loans and grant. So if he mentioned the World Bank, can we just please rewind this? The Myean, like, where are you? This just happened like 2 seconds ago. So if I say, even if you negotiate loans, what were the interests of those loans? Where were the aftermath? What were the implications of what you were negotiating? Nobody is debating that he negotiated or he did not negotiate. There's no debate about that. He mentioned grants and loans. So what are we talking about? What's the need to constantly check Fanta? Why don't you check yourself? Guy, go back on your hiatus. Nobody missed you. Please.
Okay. Fanta, somebody just made a clarity here that the $50 million loan was negotiated at 2% interest over 20 years. So,
but the point he's trying to debunk is that he needs to work.
We got that. Now,
that's what he's trying to debunk. Who are you debunking, guys?
Johnny,
you professor.
It was your turn.
Mr. Gayman, I think you need to take a serious stand in managing this platform so that all we are.
Johnny, it's your turn.
Are you hearing me?
Johnny, it's your turn.
No, Mr. Gayman, no. You're not. Listen, Mr. Gayman.
You can't tell me how to manage.
If you don't want me to talk, then.
Johnny, it's your turn. You go ahead.
Yeah, it's my time. I'm making use of my time, Mr. Gayman. And the fact is, everybody has spoke for not less than 7 minutes. Everybody spoke. No, listen. I did my due diligence. I have my other phone here. I calculated everybody's timeline. So I knew exactly when I come to speak. You try to obstruct me, but I don't want that because I'm trying to be attentive. Listen, I'm trying to be attentive. Everybody spoke here because the last time
I didn't speak for 7 minutes. You know that.
I didn't speak for 7 minutes. I did not.
Johnny, just go ahead.
Okay. So let me make this. I suspect that people are speculating on a lot of the issues here. I think that the Monuba was very clear into everything he said. And to go back to my sister Fanta, Monuba has no idea about you. You know what I'm saying? When I came on the show, I told him you will join the show by 10 o'clock so that you can have the time to speak. Because the first part of the show, normally it will start and we'll have some other conversation before you come on. So there's nothing about you that Monuba knows about Fanta. And no one told him anything about Fanta.
No, but,
you understand? And listen, now you see,
I'm not cutting you. I just want to a point of correction. When he came on, the first thing he said was, Fanta, I'm here for you. That's what he said. That's what I'm saying.
Did he say that? No, Gayman, he didn't say that. We found when Fanta started to question him, that's why he said, Fanta, I think Fanta has someone to come, but he didn't say, Fanta, I'm here for you.
No,
and if the program finishes, listen, when the program gets finished, when the program finished, let's go back and get a beginning when Monuba came on. But look, gentlemen and ladies, this is a good platform that Liberians are spending their time to listen to us. They're spending their time on watching us on social media. They are paying the hard amount of bad data to be on the show. So we have to respect them and make sure that we give them the time to understand when we have guests on the show. Now look, Monuba made things very clear here. Let me start with this issue of Mr. Widow. Mr. Widow was picked by President Boakai. Whether he had 50% list or 1 million list, nobody knows. Monuba and all from Lano, we didn't know. When his name came out and we went to our discussion and look at the issues, we referred to a specific job of electioneering. Okay, all of you have been arguing. Your name of 5% have been working in the electioneering process in Liberia that you didn't have the credential to lead our political process. All you guys are all arguing on here is that the interview we had, if that interview, I've been doing a background check, it was heard by one, I think, a Zambian or some lady from Southern Africa. If you for that interview, and he was very clear in that interview. And I don't want to speak for him also, but I was saying very clear that they were hired by UP under their organization in this process. And I'm hoping that Mr. Wheeler will go one day on his show to make it clear. But let's do this thing. Mr. Wheeler, as we have followed, he is the one Liberian now in this country that has worked with Liberian election process. He knows the pitfalls. He knows the challenges there. He knows. So now as commissioner, as a head nigger in charge, we believe he will make major transformation and changes in that process. And those who are discussing tribal issue, how you want to defeat yourself? If Monuba is being tribal, Why didn't he support Bouaka in the second round? Why do you think Bouaka had not appointed Monuba into his office, into any position in the place? I can tell you for a fact, even Pewee myself met in Zozo during the election. How Lofians were attacking me, right? That why are we supporting Monuba? Why am I coming in the race? In fact, Monuba coming in the race because Eddie had given him money to come and stop Bouaka from contesting. And so Monuba doesn't have his own mind. And because this country in Liberia, we believe that until you reach 75 years old, I want that you can be independent and be mature. Whereas in a very US we are in, you got people at the age of 25, 27 are managing big entities and corporates in institutions. You understand what I'm saying? So the point I want to make to all of you, all of us here, is that Mr. Widow has been nominated a level Liberian Senate to confirm him or reject him. But us as LANU endorsing the appointment has nothing to do with political party or opposition. And more beside me, as all of you, do you call the Democrat Party in the US as opposition when Republicans are in charge? Or do you call Republican opposition when Democrats are in charge? If we decide that, no, you don't do that. All the international media, I've never heard on BBC. Listen, that you as an individual. On BBC, on CNN, on CBS, on all the international media media agencies in the Western world, I've not heard from anybody saying the opposition party Democrat or opposition party Republicans. Even in Great Britain,
Johnny.
or you listen, no, or when you say Labour Party or Conservative Party. So why you want to denigrate our own system in Liberia and want to be having? We were bringing a change. No, we are bringing. Listen, Mr. Gayman, we are bringing a change. Listen, we are bringing a change in our political dispensation where you don't have to be announced as an opposition before you can make your point, right? We all want to make Liberia a great place to live. When Monuba is president, he's now president. Whoever is president in this country, one Monuba is a left, LANU is around. When we see you doing things that we think is good, we will appreciate you. If you don't do the right thing, we'll tell you. Monuba goes on the radio and challenges the government on how they're handling the issue of the borders security. He goes on the radio and challenges the government on how they're managing the national budget. Is that tribalism? Is he telling government doing what? He's telling you the way you get a budget, you cannot succeed in the brain pool interest. So how does that make him to be a troublist? You understand what I'm saying? So the thing is, if we begin to discuss like brand politics with mindset, and we don't open our mind to see the other side of things, we are all helping to keep Liberia where it is. If by being opposition, if by being not being in power, or going to an election and losing the election means that you must be opposition and you must make sure that everything that comes from the government, you must challenge it and destroy it without even accurate evidence or accurate information, then we're not going to move Liberia forward. We will commend President Bouaka if he does things that we think is good within our own mind, within our system. If he does things that we don't like, we know that it's not good within our mind, we will take it up to him. And we have done that many times. From the time Bouaka took over, we have done that consistently. You understand what we have done that consistently. So if the one we don't issue will be the issue that closing argument will take and run with it all around the world, Monuba has failed.
Why you
like
blaming the China for our personal view?
No. I'm making my view now. I'm making my view now. I'm making now. I'm making my view too. So. Okay, sorry. Okay, you're sorry for saying closing argument. If we take this, you're sorry for saying closing argument. Sorry. But the point is, gentlemen and ladies, we have to.
You've been talking about 10 minutes now, just so you know. 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know that. No, not 10. I got 13 minutes. Them are clock. I got 13. Not 10. I got 13.
I got somebody long. Somebody.
Yeah. Hold on 1 minute. What you calling for?
Let's show you we're not
hold on 1 minute, Johnny. Hold on 1 minute. Go ahead.
Gayman say he won't go 8 o'clock. He going 9 o'clock now.
Come on in. I got somebody in line.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Somebody in line.
Go ahead.
I have full slow, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, no, you're killing my shot. Go ahead.
But you're still taking calls.
Yeah, why? Let me call. Let me end my statement and go. Late night. I got 2. I got to go.
Go ahead.
We got 2 calls.
So yeah, thank you. So anyway, look, Johnny,
wait, you gotta hear this. Go ahead.
It's for you, Johnny. Wait for you.
But Mr. Gayman, we can hear the man.
Yeah, but
don't mind them. Look, gentlemen, let me close and leave, man. I gotta go rest, man. Let me go and go. I beg you. Let me close and leave, please.
Oh, Seleke. Yeah, go ahead, Johnny. Seleke, and drop.
Okay. Okay. So look.
Go ahead, Tomalin. Seleke, you are.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go
Johnny,
ahead,
you are hot.
Tomalin.
Everybody want to talk to you. Go ahead.
Oh, congratulations! I like that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Gayman. I really appreciate you since you came on this show. You have taken over, and you have done a fantastic job. People on board in the background, Tim, Ben, all of them know me. But I just have some concern about the show. My concern about this show is I think there's a little disrespect going on. And I don't know if you guys are talking about it, but we on the outside watching the show is a good show, but sometimes it becomes very toxic. And that is not a good thing. It's giving a bad reputation. And I do hear people now talking about, I hear they're always fighting or arguing off closing argument. I'm a woman. If I choose to be in politics, women act for equal rights. So we have to be equal when it comes to politics. I think on this show, a lot of the men get disrespected by some of the women that come on this show. And we seem to accept it because we are women. I don't think that is fair. I think people are getting very disrespected on this show. And I think there's something y'all need to do to put that in order because it doesn't look right. I'm sitting and watching the show. Everybody's conducting themselves. This show is not supposed to be personal. I respect Fatima, Fanta. I respect her very much. Very educated, smart, brilliant woman. But at times, the disrespect towards Pewee is just very embarrassing watching as an audience.
Tomalin, can I interject,
what is going on today or what just happened? Pewee is allowed to speak.
Can we suspend Tomalin? I'm sorry to the caller, but can we table this? I think.
Get up, Robert.
No. It's important we table this because conversation has been held. We don't want to open all soul. Let's table this. We can talk about it behind closed doors. We already have.
Let her finish
finish what? Like to do like public slave whipping? Is that what she want to do like to me?
Let's focus on.
No, that's ridiculous. Let her not finish. That is ridiculous. We're not stay here for that.
Don't go forward. These are people that support this show. Let them talk.
That's not right. She cannot flash me. No.
We cannot.
You're gonna have time to rebut.
We cannot do that. We got to let her finish, even if we.
That's what I'm saying. Let her finish. Then you can have a rebuttal.
We cannot disrespect the caller. We cannot interrupt the caller, even if we don't want to hear what they're saying.
We will have time to have a rebuttal. Let her go ahead. Go ahead, Tomalin.
Personal. She's attacking my person.
But you will have time to rebut.
Rabbi used to be on show. Rabbi used to be on show with Dopoh. He know these things come with the territory.
I know.
This is what I'm saying. If your audience cannot call and voice an opinion and get disrespected, y'all need to go in the back and y'all need to put some things in order. That's all I have to say. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you.
The reason why I said the reason why I said let's table this, Tomalin, you know this is a very sensitive topic, and this is a very sensitive topic. This is into the quarter. This is in no way to disrespect you, but this is a very sensitive topic, and I think we've done a phenomenal job trying to resolve this matter. We literally had a whole show on this issue last week. Listen, gentlemen. This is a new week. This is on Monday. If the caller is calling to talk about her analysis and to give us advice on how we should conduct ourselves better, to give the audience what they're here to listen to, I'm all for it. But when we start mentioning the two names that we've already talked about and we try to resolve behind closed doors, we had a whole meeting behind closed doors. We're moving forward. Pewee is back on the show. We had a phenomenal show today. We are doing post-analysis of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to table certain conversations and have them had behind closed doors. Let's not open this whole thing. We're opening a new can of worms. Let's talk about Dr. Clarence Monuba conversation. We were having a great conversation on that. And this is no in disrespect to the quarter, but let's not make this at the end of the show about Fanta and Pewee. Let's not do that, guys. Let's go. Our advice. Let's go.
All the background
Yeah,
thing
but
that you
but
have.
that's
it's not
fine.
right.
But we know.
Gayman, like, can I please
So
come
listen,
in?
listen, guys. Here's my ask, Fanta. Please don't respond. Please, I beg you. Please, I'm asking you specifically. Let's go back to the post-analysis of Dr. Clarence Monuba conversation. I think we're having a great conversation on that. Let's close the show on that. Any further conversation about that
I
situation?
absolutely agree
Should
with
we talk
Robert.
about close those? We
I agree
cannot
100%.
continue
Fanta,
to
I'm
do
begging
this.
you to. I'm joining Robert.
I think you are on point, Robert. You are on point. Johnny,
Johnny, for customer service, even if you disagree with the person, you let him finish and say thank you for your feedback.
Tell me, we just close on the topic.
No, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that you're a service person. You come from customer service background.
You're giving Johnny 30 minutes now.
Irate. You will sit let them finish and say thank you for your feedback. We'll take it back. That's my point.
Granted, let's move on.
You're giving now. Johnny had talked for 40 minutes. Johnny started all the way again. Johnny, go ahead.
Let's move on. Yeah, let's go back to the topic. Thank
you. You Rams are getting starting all over. In fact, by the way, Tevi, I have a mission to talk to you. You got to join all to help improve our system. We need your support. Tevi,
you show me the money.
See, that's how I like Johnny. Johnny don't eat crab with shame. Go ahead, Johnny.
We need you. We need Fanta. We need Pewee. We need Mr. Gayman. We need everybody on this show and those following us through the social media. Come and join. This is a new game. Come and join us. We're not perfect, but come and join. We have a clear vision for Liberia. Join all. Let's move Liberia forward. Thank you all. Good night and have a nice evening.
Good night.
Thank you.
You know, with Dr. Monuba, I want to stress this another point that I wanted to make, and I got something to do. But one thing he always come on the show and say, I negotiated this for the government. I negotiated. Mr. Dr. Monuba was not the only person on the table.
Let me speak, my people.
Let me speak. Oh, y'all know y'all right. No, seriously, that's another thing with Dr. Monuba. He always said, I negotiated this for the government. I've saved this room. He was not the only person on this table. There were a whole team that were negotiating this money every time. Some of them are relatives, some of them are friends that I know part of any government at the time. So he was not the only person. He needs to get into a habit of saying, I was on the team with others, and we negotiated for the 250 million, 6 million. He make it look like he was the only lone soldier with a chance of going to this place.
Good night, Johnny. You said good night.
Johnny, have a good night.
In a meeting with them.
Tell me why you can't let Johnny go to sleep. Johnny,
we've been around a long time. We know some things.
Johnny sleeping with a phone like this.
He said you meeting with the prime minister.
Johnny, mute. That tell you.
Johnny, good day. Johnny,
I will not go. I will be out. I will end together.
Okay, see what's sorry for you.
I finished.
Okay, can I go ahead. So
thank you. Listen, I think it was a phenomenal show. I think if Dr. Listen, someone said I should stop speaking on behalf of Dr. Clarence Monuba. I'm not. But if I was speaking on his behalf, I think I would effectively make the case that this issue, and I think I stated this earlier, this issue with this whole WIDA support, I think was premature. And in hindsight, I think Dr. Clarence Monuba knows this. I think even Johnny knows this. I think Lano knows this. I don't think I would not have agreed, Sylvester.
Raul, may I ask you a few second question?
Yes.
You know, we all are a little bit saturated about this WIDA thing, but you have gotten angry, or did you have any reservation when Kokoya was appointed, or when Gisetta also came in from a political affiliation perspective.
Right.
So it's going to be difficult. So my point to you is, who are
yeah.
we going to find out will be completely neutral in terms of the neutrality?
Robert, if I can take 10 seconds from you. Sylvester, look, you got to put what is happening with Wida in context. This is a government. This is a government that has seized the judiciary. This is the government that has seized the legislature.
I'm
this
not
is
looking
the
at that angle. I'm looking at the commission.
This is a government that's about to seize the elections commission. Even when Kogoya or George Weah's bad boy. So what? We're putting this
definition of seize the judiciary.
Where is Bese? Who is Bese? How did Bese become
Who got the right to appoint? Did they do it through a kangaroo arrangement? Was it unconstitutional?
Okay. Look,
was it unconstitutional?
Let me tell you this.
No, answer that question. Was it unconstitutional?
Sayina Yo was forced out.
Like her term expired.
Yeah, before her term got expired, she refused to leave. She was beating over and over. Mr.
Nagbe, for the intent of the public that are following this show,
right?
What is the Constitution of the Republic saying to us relative to the tenure of Supreme Court judges and the Chief Justice?
The Supreme Court justice can retire. They didn't say must retire at a certain age. She can retire or she can.
It is definitive.
Let me speak to that because you asked me the question. This government removed a sitting speaker. They own the legislature. They muzzle the judiciary. Now they're about to own the elections commission, and you think we just sit down here and not say anything about it? I don't understand your argument. I don't, and that's where my disappointment is. With Dr. Monuba,
to Sylvester concern though, I think when it comes to this whole neutrality thing, I think this is a space that we can create, and that has to be part of what I think next reform. I think this is something that we can do as a people. Is it important in our democracy, as fragile as it is, to ensure that the head of our elections are neutral, that they are not politically loud, they are not attached to a particular political party, because the Election Commission has not done its diligence or due diligence to even earn the trust politically, or people who just don't even concern. They're not concerned about Liberian politics. They just want to ensure that their voices are heard. This is the issue. So if you were to ask me, how do we get to the point of neutrality when it comes to who heads our election commission? I think this is something that we have to decide together as a people. Is it in our best interest and public trust, transparency, given the powers that the president of Liberia has? We don't have political institutions. And we don't listen. When Kofa was running as the speaker, I was very excited on this very show, and I said, I'm glad that we're gonna have a branch of government, right? That can act as a check and balance to the other branch of government. But when that happened, all of those who voted as an opposition in the House of Representatives became puppets to the president, because the president has such an influence, right? That people who are opposition can become can basically get the president what the president wants. So the lack of true political institutions on the key issues, on values, on policies, has affected our politics. And so when you add that to the president's power of appointing an election commission, especially where there's no stipulation in the law that says, well, this person cannot be politically aligned with the incumbent, it's difficult. The public will always have issue when it comes to trust, right? And so the reason why I would not have supported this decision is because this decision, one, people minds have already been made up that his support to the leader is simply based on the fact that this guy is a founding father of Lando. That's it. And so when he keeps talking about the experience piece, this is the reason why I intentionally brought this up. Just because you've been in an institution for 16 years, right, does not necessarily mean you are equipped or better off to lead that institution, because that institution should suffer many of the reforms that he should have impacted. This is why I brought that up. And just because you've been in an institution for a number of years still does not mean you are the best equipped to really bring about the transformational changes that Dr. Clarence Monuba wants to bring to Liberia. He may not be the most experienced on the ticket, on the presidential ticket, Sylvester, but he can argue, and many sensible Liberians can argue when it comes to the issues. He has been very explicit, he's been very clear, and he has articulated himself on where he stands on all of these key issues, right? And so I think there's a contradiction there. So I will close by saying this. I would not, as a Liberian, take a moment of struggle. And again, I continue to say, I think he struggled explaining the reason why he supported this decision. I also think he's been misconstrued when he talked about him not being an opposition. I think that could have been reworded. I don't think that's what he meant. I think it's also important to reiterate that just because we oppose and we don't trust this government, I don't trust this president. But as a Liberian citizen who wants to see the government do well, who wants to see Liberians benefit from policies, I want to see the day that I can come on closing argument and say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I will vote for Joseph Boakai re-election. I don't think I support Unity Party. I don't think I trust Unity Party. But on this specific issue, I think the president got it right. On the issue of job, I think the president got it right. On the issue of corruption, I think the president got it right. On this particular appointment, I think the president got it right based on results. And that does not automatically make me or imposition or opposition. It makes me a Liberian who is objective and who wants to see the Liberian people do well. And when and if the government does well, I think it's fair to say, listen, the government did well. Does that mean that the man will vote for the government? He will have to explain that. Does that mean he's an imposition? He will have to explain that. But I don't think taking a position of support necessarily makes him not an opposition. I think the question that we've asked him about the reason for which he supported or the reason for which he has backed this guy, I think that's what it's about. So I thought it was a fair interview. I thought I gave him a B, but I think in areas he struggled.
Great, Mr. Nagbe, to many here, I'm getting text here too, is he claims the credit for all the contract that he negotiated and everything, but then he disowned the failures of those contracts. In some areas, he had oversight responsibilities as chair of the board. Tevi had it right. When you are the chair of the board, your primary responsibility is oversight to make sure that the money goes where it's supposed to go. The items are lined up. That's your job as the chairman, the CEO. And he takes credit for the contract, but then he distances himself from the failures of those contracts and the arrangements.
Give me 5 seconds now. I give you 10 seconds. Give me 5 seconds I'll take 5 seconds of your time. But I just wanted to say TLV is important. I think it's unfair again. When he's speaking about,
Papa, we're not leaving today.
I think he mentioned that he mentioned the current public work minister as one of those folks who were also in the room. He also mentioned, he's repeatedly mentioned other folks that he served with in those negotiation rooms. So again, I think if we just
he didn't say that he owned it.
No,
like if he was the only person that doing it, and he had a master degree in negotiation. It was a team.
Let's
you cannot say what he didn't say.
The man was in the room as chief negotiator under the 68 contract that he negotiated.
But if he chief negotiator, then he's the buck.
He was the chief negotiator.
You're taking more than 10 minutes.
Right. Then the buck starts. What the buck starts with him. So if they were to fail, so tell me, if they were to fail, who takes the blame?
But Robert, you're taking the blame whole time and you said 5 seconds.
So tell me,
I know.
Robert, you said 5 seconds.
No, but can y'all ask
you closing for the third time now.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Victor, go ahead.
All right, so I know pretty much has been said. I think Dr. Monuba, I like him a lot.
He was not his best today. I really like the guy.
No, it really wasn't. And I think he came on here today to test out a series of theories. I hope. I know he's a very, very savvy guy and smart guy. I think he's gone back to reflect on some of the positions he took tonight. I hope he will have,
the benefit of this show, replay and play it again, and try to, reevaluate some of the assertions tonight. To say he's not an opposition, what does that mean? What is he? Is he not part of the rescue train? I don't know. But I hope you'll come back again, and hopefully he can, he can bring more clarity to this position. But I gotta say a few things. One, this government is systematically cobbling up our democracy. They keep testing all these brainless moves, and we're letting them, and they get bold and bold every time. Over the weekend, most of the people I was talking to in government, they're telling they're doing some of what they're doing because the opposition is fakeless. We're weak, we're disorganized, and that's why I was trying to tell Dr. Monuba here. Opposition unity is very important. I understand he's an independent thinker, and I respect that. But the fact remains that he is a member of the opposition bloc. There is a reason we must preserve our unity so that we can project strength. And he knows that of all people. This was my source of frustration tonight. He comes on here, he's talking the way he's talking. I was really disappointed. Look, but I'm happy he said he's on the side. Okay? We know they're going after American now. Even though the thing that American say is the wipe to the people and actually BTC, the recruiting, they know. But they don't want us to talk about it. The government army is weak. Our security is weak. You can Google whatever Kamara said, it will come in 5 seconds. It will come right back at you. What is the big thing? Today I read the House. I should have wrote the Senate requesting the Senate to reprimand Amara for what? Bullshit. Nonsense.
That's right.
So Speaker Kun he needs to really think twice. All these things he's doing. Look, they are there for 6 years, no more. He has to consider life after these 6 years. This country belongs to all of us. This is their opportunity to lead us. That doesn't mean we give them the country to own it. They're acting that they own the country. No, they don't. They don't own the country. This country belongs to all of us. All these brainless decisions they're taking, they're plunging this country into nothingness. So now we're talking about Putu Mountain. In the middle of all this, we heard all of these other people who have been pursuing it, including the Liberian partner, order that they've taken and given it to an Indian company, Planet One. All of these things happening. There's more the reason for the opposition to hold together. And so Musa Ability wrote over the weekend. He wrote again today, decrying this legislature, especially converting itself into not just a rubber stamp, but jello for the executive. Every way the executive pushes it is ready to roll there. This is very frustrating and disappointing. We're paying these people a lot of money. They need to represent us. They are the closest representation we have in government because they represent the constituents. They're the ones who are supposed to come and talk to us and go back to government and represent us. And they're not doing it. They've turned themselves into cheerleaders for this government. It is wrong. They need to knock it off. They need to knock it off. People are frustrated. People are disappointed. And every day, they do something even much, much worse than what they did yesterday. So they need to leave Amara Kone alone. I expected the pro temp to come out strong. She's talking about, yeah, we hear what you say. We'll commit ourselves. Commit ourselves to what? Commit ourselves to be challenged and kicked around and bastardized by the House and the executive. And then what are we? So I'll close up by reminding you we have a little get together this weekend. Don't forget, the CMC will be gathering in Philadelphia. The second of
When you're coming to Dallas, so I can check out your party.
Yeah, okay. I already told you your invitation is in the mail. I was sending you the link to sign up, but it's been a great show tonight. I hope Dr. Monuba will come back in. I like him a lot, but I really think tonight he fumbled a lot. And I know he's a smart educator, man. He's going home, to do it, dissect his performance here today. I hope next time he'll come back to clean up. But thank you very much for the opportunity. It's been a great show.
Great.
Thank you. I'm out.
Fanta.
Oh, well, I thought Telvi was waiting to go.
No,
Oh.
Or we can leave the party together if you want.
We got 6 more minutes here. At least 9:30, we should be out.
No, great show, Mr. Gayman. I think you are a wonderful host. I know you don't get that a lot, and people try to really like bash on you unnecessarily. I think it's so unfair. I think you're a wonderful host.
Oh, Panda, I didn't thank you for not biting on our call. Great restraint. Thank you very much. Thank you to Robert for putting that up. Thank you.
Yeah, but
No, thank you, Mr. Nagbe. I have a lot of respect for you, and I have a lot of respect.
listen, somebody got to be the punching bag. That's why.
That one not come up for the 4th time to close.
Another 2 seconds from Fanta. Go ahead, Robert. Take your 2 seconds.
Thank you.
They gotta make your force it. Just long big flower.
No, thank you for coming by, Robert. Thank you. No, Robert is my brother. No.
Guess who coming? Guess who texted me coming?
Kehleboe.
Kehleboe say you want. Kehleboe say you watching you on the beach screen. He coming. What bigger comment?
Jesus.
No, Robert, thank you. I truly appreciate the support and reining me in. Like, I know it's a bigger picture, so I appreciate you guys for calling that out. And thank you, Robert. Thank you so much, Mr. Nagbe. I have a great deal of respect for both of you. And of course, Mr. Gayman, Telvi as well. But Telvi sometimes can be like some kind of way, but it's okay, Telvi. Like, I still love you. It's okay. Look, I'm not even gonna comment like on that, but I think it was a great show. Like overall, I thought, as I said, I have nothing against this man. I think, you know, what I yearn for, if I can use that word, what I yearn for, which is why I thought about throwing my name in the hat to run for presidency as well, is a defiant, disruptive leader that erupts from the youth to that can be reflected, that the population can be reflected in, right? That can identify with the population. We talk about 85% youth, and we have leaders who are grandpas. It is unacceptable. It is unfair. We live in a digital era. Most of these leaders don't even know how to turn on a cell phone. They don't even know how to turn on a computer, like Paul Biya. Like, we're heading down that path. You know, what are we doing?
What Paul Biya did to you?
It's like, grandpa, man, just like, come on. You don't need that for people, but I mean, just need to like, Papa, just go relax. You know, just rest. Go rest. And they can live long.
But then what you about Slovakia, my boy from Sudan? You can be shuffling, see, walking.
Like,
Poor Biya said, where am I? What am I doing here?
Why am I here?
Like Tinubu, right? Like. Look at Kehleboe walking like this.
Kehleboe fell in Turkey, fell flat on his face.
What are we doing? Come on, Africa. You know, and this is my yearn for Africa, not just Liberia, but for Africa. Like, the largest economy on the continent is being led by I don't know. Like, Tinubu always just work. I think Paul Biya understands that, like, okay, they are just making me to be here. Tinubu is like, it's like, no matter what, the Baba is too corrupt. I think he'd be Bagata now, seriously. But like, that's the way that Bagata wants to be. Like, come on, you walk it, you can't even. Gosh, like, nobody should suffer these people. They say we should honor our elders. You know, the senior citizens, when they get to that age, you know, like, they ought to be given a chance to go retire. And I think it's really selfish that the people around them do not advise them to prioritize their health. Instead, to throw them in the limelight, thinking that the 40 years of experience is somehow justifiable for being a poor excuse of a leader. I mean, come on. And so when I see someone like Monuba, I think he has great potential. And so it really, really, maybe anger is not the word, but maybe I don't want to say disappointed, because I think like everyone has like off days. But I think there's so much opportunity. There's so much opportunity. And what I see is him struggling with his ideology. Am I this status quo disruptor, or I want to cuddle that line of being a status quo disruptor, but then also caving to the status quo when it's convenient? And we cannot afford that. These are just too urgent times, and we have to be very intentional about our ideologies and where we stand. Because what the people need more than ever is consistency. That is the way to build trust. It's not here today, there tomorrow. No one's saying to condemn like Bweka, but you didn't have to say anything. You didn't have to put out a public statement. You could have just kept your opinion to yourself, right? But then you put out this statement, and then you want to say, like, justify that, we can't be a Liberia who always criticize. It's not about that. If you're going to put something out there, stand by it. And not just stand by it, but understand that it's going to be a part of your legacy. So don't be surprised when you're questioned about it. And so I just think that there is so much opportunity for him to redefine his ideology, his political ideology. That's the biggest mistake often that the quote unquote, I think, opposition makes. They want to ride on the wave of I'm young. They want to ride on the wave of I have money. They want to ride on the wave of I'm somewhat different. But all of you have been associated with the past governments that you're criticizing. So in some way, somehow, you're already stained. How do you remove that stain from your cloth? Oh my gosh. Who is that?
Oh, that's Gongloe? Is that Gongloe?
You're on mute, Mr. Gayman.
Was he watching us on the big screen? And he took this in Philadelphia when we went to the store.
But you really, where your boy Dr. Toto is saying, no, you are not a wonderful host.
Listen, I'm not even paying Dr. Toto anything. I was here and I was hanging out in Monroe. Here I was hanging in Monroe. He didn't even buy me one beer. All that money making from Joseph Bweka, he didn't buy me one Coca-Cola. This man, I met him over there. Here and I was hanging out. He didn't buy me one Coca-Cola. I see his pocket puff out like this, so $100 bill from JMB. He didn't give me one dime. Toto, man, go sit down somewhere. go ahead, find out.
Yeah, I appreciate everyone who throws in their name, because to who aspire to office, at least with some type of effort to want to transform Liberia and actually have inclination or semblance of being a citizen, as in truly caring for the people, their welfare and what have you, and prioritizing that. I think that's really important, because we desperately need that. But we need people who are just not just being disruptive for the sake of being disruptive, but truly who do not care for the status quo, like completely dismisses the status quo. That's the type of break that we desperately need. Not anything that reminds us that, could he be associated? Maybe he is. Like, you don't need people thinking in that direction. You need people to say, no, that man, when he stands for something like this is where he stands. That's what you need. You don't need to muddy the water. There's no need for that, especially when it's no one had a gun to your head. It was unnecessary. So I do think that we should give him, and including the general populace, should give him a second opportunity to redefine and restate what his ideology really is, and have he and his team can take the opportunity to just truly recalibrate. Because I think he's probably about 50% there, like 60% there. We need to get him all the way across as a full-fledged citizen, completely standing in direct not direct opposition to the status quo, because we cannot allow these old guards, the gatekeepers, to continue as such, thinking that we need them to ascend to a leadership that the people are well deserved enough. And the only reason why I'm not running, or I may not run, is because I have to fix Skip Mount. I have to get B Mountain out of there, or get them to their senses. So on that note, Robert, have you signed the petition? Mr. Robert, you and I are going to have some.
I'm doing it tonight. I promise you.
Wait, tell me, have you signed the petition?
Johnny going to sleep. I will call Kehleboe. Make sure you
No, I plan to though. I just haven't had a chance to read it. But I plan to.
Okay.
I don't want to be like election. They try to work his time with all reading. So I will. I had a busy weekend. I have funeral, 3 days funeral and everything. But I plan to.
2 seconds.
Let me go to Pewee.
Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm any. Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe, thank you again for signing, and everyone else who have signed. Please go out there to change.org and sign the B Mountain petition. This is our opportunity to actually roll up our sleeve and do something and take it beyond the talking. We cannot just continue to criticize and just making news for today and it's gone tomorrow. Let's actually do something. And really rectifying the ills of B Mountain is the way that we do it. Not just for Kip Mount, not just for bombing, not just for Dopoh, but for all of Liberia, for Sub-Saharan, and for all of Africa. Good night.
Thank you.
Fanta, I think you should take some time.
Quickly,
I
will
go. I was just telling her about it. Something.
When you were close, you're finished closing.
I will actually say that the country being, and sometimes you see the reason why we continue to be on this show and protect the sanity of this show is to do what we committed to do. Because we have a lot of reasonable people who want to listen. And politics is not sentiment. I always said this. Politics is not sentiment. Advocacy is not sentiment. It's about truth-telling, not those kind of cosmetic approach. And particularly those cosmetic that can just come, the breeze can just wipe out, right? So it's not that. I listened to what the past political aspirant said, and part of some of the things he's discussed, I thought, and you see, it is very important, Mr. Gayman, and you've been around. Sometimes you say this, you analyze it from your end, and you want to take it from your angle, but you've been around for a very long time and associated with politicians from all walks of life. Right on this platform, some of us sit on this platform and hit high other politicians when our own political leader did terrible than those people, but we don't have the nerve to say it. Our own political leader work in all of the system of government. We promote those people and want to attack other people. And we pretend to be realistic. That is wrong, Mr. Gayman. And sometimes I feel you try to distance yourself from some of those things. And I can see it. Some of us on this platform, we had a one-way thought to go after Dr. Monuba today. That young man. Some of the things he's performed in Liberia. Some of the political leaders today we hail on this particular show can never come close to him. But we have learned to say, we don't do this, we don't do that. The young man said nothing wrong on this show today. Everything he said was about his stewardship, about what he did in Liberia. And you see, the reason why sometimes I can take this time, because I believe one day I went to government before, I will still go back. I don't just want to come and arbitrarily, in a more, what I want to call it, unjustified reason or no account that would just launch an attack on somebody. He was very systematic today in terms of what he discussed and his stewardship and what he did. And Madam Sadiq exposed him for some international contact, and he leveraged those contacts sufficiently. We may disagree to agree, but to come and say, that's why I was a little bit taking aback when Tabby said she gave me F. I said, F. F, even teachers that will have to deploy the K-square in teaching, in education, the K-square methodology, no teacher will even get F.
Yeah, but you ain't get me F for that kind of thing. That we're going to the student body. That's F.
F. So I was taking back on those things. But here's what I would want to say on a serious note. Dr. Monuba's role he played in Liberia will always be on the mind of a lot of Liberians. And the good thing I would say, and he said that, and he amplified his own tone, and I like that. You cannot from the perspective of my background with the GSC, I have never seen any report or a report whatsoever, Tevi, that indicted that young man in terms of his stewardship in every bureaucratic participation that he was involved with. True. Nothing whatsoever. So you see, no matter we come down, we are duly, and you see the whole thing about being loud and not hitting the substance of the issues, and some of that took time to really study some of these things so we can take it back a little bit, and sometimes things will have to move the way. But it is the country we find ourselves. We think about being loud, and I can always say we want to move the system. Now, the 2029 election is coming. I'm not saying he's going to win the next. That's why I'm asking a very important question. He can try to do that. Start talking to folks of the same mind and amalgamate the necessary forces to align. And when the alignment is in keeping with what our different thought process is, and that's one of the things I will encourage you to start talking to people like that, Alexander Cummings. And it's one of the reasons I'm saying if the bro would need some change, the best person we got now to push Dr. Monuba and Cummings can pull a very wonderful ticket in the country to do any serious thing we're talking about people that come to govern Liberia, we should be talking about these people. If we want change in Liberia. But every other individual now that talking about wanting to protest, they're being run. They are recycled politicians. They're being run for a protracted period of time. And then we backside those people in a more hypocritical way and want to attack those that got record to protect the image and the sanity of the political landscape of our country. And we ought to be very careful moving forward. So listen, I don't want to take most of the time. We will have the time to come back. But one thing I would say moving forward, I think we're going to have some issue. And I've been receiving calls from one other thing. One thing I would say on this closing argument show, this show is a show that is bent on informing the Liberian people. It's a show that has been taken aside. And one responsibility we got collectively is to maintain the sanity of this show. And I can assure everybody that this show, the sanity of this show, going to be respected. Beginning next week, we're going to take measures to ensure this show, the sanity of this show will be respected, no matter who want to think, how they want to think. And that's one of the reasons why we're not going to litigate these things open on the platform, but we're going to take actions that will protect this show moving on. I may be a partisan person. Mr. Gayman may be a partisan interview, or I will be a partisan person, but we come with disagree to agree that the extent of intellectualism.
I know we will agree. We will talk about how we'll govern the intellectualism. Yeah, you can't do that here. You know,
Mr. Nagbe, can I
Sylvester, don't do that, man. All of us, nobody's a kid here. You can't come here and tell the audience like you're going to push somebody in the back. No,
can I conclude?
Let's talk it in the back, please.
Can I conclude?
Let's talk in the back. Anything we do about the platform administration, let's talk.
Mr. Nagbe, let me conclude. Your thought process or your intervention here is not needed at this point.
Look at that.
And I will hope you respect that now. It's not needed here. It's not needed. It's not needed, yes. So if you want to get off, it's not needed at this point. You don't come and make those kind of statements. You're not supposed to be making it right. You be one of those persons that believe you come doing intervention, you take the kind of what they call it, those kind of a high and seek tactic game you want to play around here. And that's one of the reasons why the progressives fail in Liberia. You attack Clarence Monuba when you go and say you want to do things, and you want to come and do the kind of lie. I'm not going to get a chance to brief on the show if you want to do that, because I want to be calm and you want to take advantage of that and always come in when I say anything. Only people you see to come and correct. Number take note. Moving forward, you have to be very mindful. Take note. I don't want to put you in the corner you ought to be. Please take note moving forward. I'm not the only person you correct on the show.
Well, about 5 hours now, you're 2 years short.
Yeah. So I just want to say this.
I'll leave it with you now. I gotta go. It's good. Get it from him.
Good night. Go drink water and sleep.
I beg to be excused for class.
Good night, man.
Thank you. Honorable Tomalin George came on late. You were the last one. So you close it
tomorrow.
If you press that, then you must have me apply.
Tomorrow we have the award-winning film star Gerald Barkley will be our guest tomorrow for about an hour and a half or 2 hours.
Well, Barkley, the guy who did the Talbot film,
the documentary. Will be our guest tomorrow. Be our guest tomorrow. So
the guy new documentary on Talbot.
Yeah, Gerald Barkley. Yeah, he'll be our guest tomorrow. So we'll bring him on the show tomorrow and so forth. And you guys know, I was on the show on Friday when I got that call about George Solo. I think you on the but then I couldn't announce the name. The minute it happened, somebody called me and told me about it. I said, "Well, whoa." But So Jerome was sure he was ambassador destined to Italy now. But I've been having some the youth people were giving some hard time.
What if you was it to get a minute job? They put a minute, let it be limo.
Yeah, so
you're going to confirmation.
The government is exhausting, man.
I told somebody
they didn't want to get him the job. They didn't want
seriously.
Solo, if I was with Solo in Morocco, he wouldn't have gotten on that plane. He would have gone straight to the ER.
He took a huge risk.
Yes.
He didn't trust the process. He wanted to come on his side.
Yeah, he wanted to come rushing to go to a farm in Minnesota, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the issue of trusting the process. It's like he overlooked it.
No, I think so.
You know your men, how you can take
I talked to the guy in Rhode Island who was with him. The guy said, the guy who was with him that he passed. The guy said he started noticing him before they would board the plane, noticing he wasn't looking too well, you know. I think we wanted to rush to come to America.
Yes.
But trust me, I wouldn't have boarded that plane. I would have said no. Because Morocco is where most of the people go for treatment nowadays. The medical stuff there is good, you know.
And then instead of thinking about the cost of it and all that, you better off coming to America than doing the strange place.
Yeah, but tell me, in situations like that, sometimes I'm not sure what my headspace would be, but you don't think about the price. Because you know,
no, I don't think what the price. I think
you just want to come to America for better health.
This is where your record is. This, people been treating you, and like you said,
you can trust the system. You've been here all these years.
I listened to the young man when he said when the man asked me, "Say you okay?"
He said,
I went to the Chinese clinic, and some kind of medicine they gave me may have an adverse effect on what I'm doing. So I mean, for you to be a Liberian to go to a Chinese, I mean, your sugar level might have been up to 1,000 for you to go into
but that's a long flight. So it
that's a long flight.
As I listen to that, I'm not a medical man, but what I heard one medical guy saying they either they injected with insulin, whatever was too much, or something, but you know, again.
And now somebody else's insulin or they even get that insulin in the body, even get trip to get a
I don't know now because I'm not.
Maybe get a trip, nothing to get somebody insulin to the man.
At that level now, those are some of the sugar. At that level, what I want to believe, like someone was saying to me.
When
the sugar level is uncomfortable.
So are you calling me back? That's somebody is an instigator.
Are you okay? No.
Why you almost 2 o'clock over there? Why you
pretending?
But we know
I
not going to bed right away.
I tell what Gongloe.
We know you're listening, but Tomalin, why were you bringing me on?
Let's close this show. Go ahead. Before Victor come back,
let me say this, but on a serious note, it was just quite unfortunate. May his soul rest in peace. But one of the things I believe is that it was just now again on the flight. Somebody you can remember we are with Liberia in November. As soon we left DC Dallas Airport, less than 30 minutes. I mean, it was 45 minutes of the flight.
One guy,
medical emergency, right in front of us.
Wow.
All medical people on board your account.
The scenes you got in, so I can remember the captain announced, gentlemen, we have a medical emergency. They call the scene, and then you have 6 doctors. Luckily for us, we had 6 doctors on.
One went to him. That was seen about me.
The other white doctor came. The guy did something. The guy said no. The guy put something in red. His sugar line said sugar something up. So the only thing he said was they wanted to gain. So then the doctor said no.
Yeah,
the level is that's what you do. You need to sit somewhere with more breathe in the game, or you to allow him to do something for 1 hour, and they gave him some water to drink. And after that 1 hour, he came to his cell and told him he wanted to relax, got a seat, and he was okay. Before we land here and cry, he came to his cell and he started eating, he started shaking everybody here. Right?
Yeah. But I'm also hearing that Royal. This is the reason why I stopped flying with Royal Emirates.
I can't go that place.
They don't have stable Wi-Fi. That's number one.
But not only that, but
number two,
they stay over too long.
The long hour is ridiculous.
The
Number two,
downtown.
the AC in that flight is dysfunctional. The AC in that flight is dysfunctional.
Rod, they put sue you.
Rod, like the one I go like bro, but the one I kind is good.
Really?
Oh, the one I kind is
because I
stopped
flew with
flying
that.
the recent time, but the one I come is good.
No, I flew with them a while ago. I think the first time I took my wife back home.
Beside Brussels and
after a very long time.
But you know, I heard they're working on bringing Delta to Liberia.
Ethiopia don't get Wi-Fi. The problem they don't have Wi-Fi.
But I would rather take Delta from JFK or from Atlanta straight to Accra. It's 8 hours. Spend 2 days in Accra. Take a local flight to back and forth tomorrow. This is my routine. Or I go to Brussels. But the end, because he was, they said he was sweating profusely.
Yes.
Right, and sometimes too, even in some places, if you don't have the proper air, and you have low sugar or low whatever the case is, that can impact you as well. They had to take the man's jacket off. That the first thing I told my wife when I heard that, I said that plane is very hot. I bet you he was. But look, listen. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm scared. Life is so sweet. I don't want to die right now. So if I feel any type of way, Sylvester, any type of way I feel, I don't care where I'm at. If I'm boarding a flight, I will cancel that flight and go see some medical.
And now my point to Mr. Gayman, my point there is, Mr. Gayman, at that point,
I will cancel the flight.
Would the body tell you that something's not right?
Something is not right.
Because for something to happen to die on the plane, means something wrong or something's wrong.
What's a huge risk?
Listen, this is a bright guy. Everybody knows he's
too smart.
Right. What happens is when you are desperate, right? You know, his hope is no. Let me just make it at least to New York. There was
yes. I trust them.
The cabin pressure and all that stuff. It has
That's the cabin pressure.
So you get over there. I was on my way to. I was on United going to Brussels, and we heard an old guy behind us passed out, but he was traveling with his wife, and the other people keep coming back. So what happened?
I came back because he's doing the come back when now I'm leaving.
So the old guy passed out, right?
You want to hear my voice? There you go.
Yeah. So what happened?
All right, I'm staying.
The man passed out.
When a program? When a program?
Saturday.
This Saturday.
Yes, second.
Yeah, second.
But Pewee, we were showable.
This Saturday.
The CMC boy, not like Pewee needs, so Pewee can show up the way he's not welcome.
Oh, come on, Pewee. The people love you over there.
My man, I sent you an invitation. Sylvester Pewee, I sent you an invitation. Tommy George, I sent you an invitation.
Yeah, I was thinking about flying out, but I don't think it'll be part because I think I have a busy shift on. I was really thinking about flying out and coming back.
But one thing, sorry, one thing we didn't discuss today.
It'll be nice, right? You can. It'll be nice.
The AFL thing today, right?
Yeah, let's discuss it tomorrow. We need a full conversation.
But let me ask you before we leave, right? You know, I think people making fun of it. And what it costs for the people that went for the recruitment today, it's because of society. They're very society. It's because the people can't read and write.
That's correct.
That's the cost of it. Look,
then you can't penalize them because you don't give them education.
Look at national budget. You giving people them billions of dollars for the budget. How much you giving for schools? Look at for schools. How much you giving for the various schools that come from?
Good night.
But tomorrow we'll discuss about
it. But quickly, few seconds to that. I agree with you, Tomalin, but you can't leave it on it. Listen, the problem for me, is basically the instructional staff. We have a very perfect curriculum. The instructional staff. That's the problem. Now, in Liberia, if you want to learn, you're going to learn. We all want to school in Liberia. We all want our foundation. The issue is of your foundation, the foundation. If you break down from the elementary side, trust me. If you break down from the elementary side, it's going to be. And now, how the problem in the country, there's two issues. You will see going to some high schools or junior high school. You hear most of the school students saying, even from the university area, or the message see that 20, these are 25, these are 30, these are 100, these are this. So the guys go in the school to teach two things with the mindset, two mindsets. Either to abuse those girls through some reckless sexual activities to get in grades, Mr. Gayman, or those girls that want to stand the ground. Sorry for this. It's really terrible in the bro. Then they will ask them to give money.
Yeah,
so the guys, some of them men will go say, this period, I got to pay for me $50,000, $100,000.
But
you set the bills to get grades. The system will have to move on the school and check their rabble.
Because
the system is not working for them.
But he's paying the people, not paying the people what can happen. He pay unpaying the people.
Exactly. Look at the other point. The guy, the other guy could not read. I am on top of the mountain.
Right. Yeah.
And I got moved. Look at the U.S. soldier man. The U.S. soldier forces are ejected from the plane in Iran the last time. The man ejected from the plane. The first thing analysts were saying when he ejected from the plane, the first thing he pulled out his map. Because you have to read.
Absolutely. But apart from that, that's the reason why JROTC is an integral part of the school system in this country. And people don't understand why that has been part of that process, right? Because militants is not just about your ability to strength. It's not just about your ability to pick up gun and shoot. And not everyone in the military are on the fronts actually fighting. There are different responsibilities. The system. This is a true display of systemic failure, and I felt very sorry for that young man.
Yeah, but why were they tipping it, Robert? Why were they doing that?
My point. Exactly my point. Why did they even go live? Why did they go live?
We want to improve.
I spoke to. Sorry, I'm sorry. I spoke to some of the high command on the whole thing. Now the military decided to do this. No, you see, and that's what I said from our programs again. The country is deeply polarized. The military decided because people will come and say they are bringing their own relative on. They are bringing their own family. They're doing this. So it was part of the recruitment. Even when they came to the issue about the security sector reforms, when the UN system came to help us, they said it was part of that. Open the recruitment. And people, so that's why they opened that. This aspect is not classified. When they start the real issue, this side is just to prove, because they got more people putting in to prove that at least you should read.
Right. But Sylvester, they could have, again, there's borderline on a lack of support, military support in the budget. And this is what I think Amar Conan, the point he was making when he spoke about the strength of our military. Because the truth of the matter is
that's utter stupidity.
We'll talk about it tomorrow.
The truth of the matter is our military is not weak because of necessarily the size. Yeah, that's one aspect of it. But our military is weak, most importantly, because they lack the financial support. They lack the budgetary support. And you know what these guys could have done today? Even if there were an issue about, nepotism and bringing your own family member because everyone wants a job. I think someone mentioned, you see, there were ex-soccer players in line today. There are young people who went, there are women. There are young people who are in line today.
It shows you that people who are looking for a job in our country, man.
Absolutely. Yes. Not only are they trying to serve their country, but they want some sort of earnings. They want to work. They want to put food on the table for their family. We're laughing at that young man. We shouldn't be laughing at him. We should be empathizing with him. We should be giving him opportunity to actually go and learn how to read and write. Technical training, vocational training. Our government has failed, my people, and this is the result. This is what happened today. But they could have done.
You should blame the last 30 years. Those who have governed our country the last 30 years. Blame them.
They could have done pre-recording instead of going live. Have someone edit the pre-recording, right? And present a professional recruitment, the first section of professional recruitment on the website of the Armed Forces of Liberia or on Facebook page. They didn't have to go live where nothing is that was so unprofessional. That was very unprofessional.
Well, I didn't want her to be transparent.
I think, but there's a way you go about being transparent.
Listen,
that's the way you go about it.
Listen, Pewee, have you gone to other places sometimes? And sometimes you just get nervous. Sometimes you can read, but some people
that's the point. That's the point. Somewhere,
No. I think he just didn't know how to read that.
He didn't know how to read.
Listen, when I just that guy now because I watch it.
But Gayman, look at the other man that said the man was TOP. The man said put.
Yes. Yeah, but
there's a place where I say
I am on the port mountain.
Yeah, but Pewee, you remember
the word EACH? He said every.
Yeah, but
I watched that thing. I felt bad because the last 30 years.
Started against you. Started problem.
Yeah, but you know what, Pewee and Tomalin, let me tell you this. I had a child in the school here. The child was reading just what you said, right? When they went to do the testing and found out that the child was dyslexic, he read backward. He read like, POT, it was a TOP. So we don't even know whether these people are dyslexic, whether they.
Come on, man, give me.
But you say he pronounced it backward, right? You said TOP. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. POT. He's reading it backward.
Anyway, yeah, but it's sad.
He's reading it backward, but I don't think they should have done that. I mean, you saw the one other girl came, she read it right? Then the lady said, but slow down, go sit down, rest, come back again. You saw her read, she read it. Then you said she reading it so fast, she was slow down. So the second time she came back, she was so nervous, she couldn't read what she read earlier. You see?
Mr. Gayman, like Pewee said, look, your foundation is important.
It's a foundation, Mr. Gayman.
If you get a foundation, Mr. Gayman, it will affect you throughout.
But listen,
foundation. Most of the people didn't have good foundation.
But Pewee, and then the same thing we're saying, your representatives, those people we are electing, they are direct representatives of us, right? That's the same group of people.
The Gayman, I blame those for the last 30 years who have governed our country. They want to blame.
No doubt.
If we put the Ministry of Education got the Deputy Minister for Instructions and other things and planning. If the Deputy Minister for Instruction and Planning is also working along with the District Commissioner of the county, the District Educational Officer and the County Educational Officers to ensure that all of the different areas that supervise these high schools and elementary school and junior high school.
The curriculum development.
Are we looking at the curriculum development? Are we looking at the curriculum vis-a-vis as the applicable aspect of how the teaching methodology has been deployed?
Yeah.
Now, every time you move into this high school, the other teacher, can you bring your lesson plan to me? How are you getting your quiz or the quizzes, if you will? How are you giving your tests? On what basis? What the topic and subtopic? How are you teaching? What the assignment rating? You go through everything. Then you say, how are you grading? Then you go through the grade. Then you go see how people passing this. If you start doing that, bringing people to book, punishing people, putting SPA on campus. So the smart students getting them say, hey, we'll get us something. Tell all the teachers are harassing the young girls on campus. They start exposing them. One or two start going to jail. But those are abusing them on age. Going charging them, will start to rape, sending them to jail. You'll start changing the system. Other than that, the system is set for two things. Those that don't have the brain or the foundation, they don't pay money, or unfortunately, they abuse them. Just for grace. Yeah. It's so sad for the country today. These are some of the things that we saw today in the country. And will the country move on this way tomorrow, if the kind of generation eventually just move to get set in the country, where are we headed?
And some of them were run to be
where are we headed? Imagine the danger here. I'm sorry, I'm not putting the danger here now. And that's one of the reasons why people can die. Every day, babies, children die. Like I mean, they want to go to the clinics. They don't ask questions. They will infuse any kind of a drip. In some cases, they will miss the drip line, other things, because people all can pay money to pass in most of those nursing schools around. How do you do that?
I lost my cousin. My cousin went to JFK. They say he had a mild stroke 5 years ago, and he went in, and they say he needed blood transfusion. I don't know how you do how to determine that. And then they say after he took the blood transfusion, he started bleeding from his eye, his ear, his rectum, everywhere. So they call, and I called my doctor. I said, "This is what's happening." He said 9 out of 10 times they had given him the wrong blood type. Damn it! He died.
Wow.
Jesus.
There's no way you're going to have blood transfusion if it is your blood type. It has to stay in your body.
Because it was not mine, you got to have different blood.
Gayman on it. Anyone know that? I listened to your man. Yesterday said that on 60 minutes, our man Trump. Now he said, he told the lady, he said the man accused you.
Disgrace.
Yeah, he said the man said, she said, that one-on-one, she told Trump, said, the man said, you rape little girl. He said, you know what? He said, because people like you. He said, it's a disgrace. Why you nasty at that? Wait, I'm not gonna question. He said, I'm not a rapist. He said, you you nasty. He said, look, oh, you're gonna eat up. He said, look at you. Wait, I'm not gonna question.
Yeah, he went losing all.
Of course. Listen, no.
And you see, Gayman to it. See, I didn't fail.
But man,
Gayman will be loud now.
Wait, I'm not gonna question for.
Jeff Bogart said they put back in the door the video. Oh. Gayman loud. Yesterday, you listen to that.
I love.
But you didn't
no. When I saw it, I really felt bad.
But you didn't see the other one where the woman, I think she was from CNN or MSNBC, asked him that he was with Epstein, and he said, "But you forgot that your president Bill Clinton was in the hot tub."
I get me like he said people like you. Wait, I'm not gonna question for. What wrong with you?
It was the man. The man said, "Oh, that me you want to talk about your president Bill Clinton was in there? You didn't see with the hot tub."
And you see how to be professional is important. And all the female journalists he can attack, they can always maintain their account.
Of course.
She keep into the script. Then she pushed by her in. She said, "But he didn't mention your name, so why are you spraying that way?"
But,
no, she's talking up, and he went water.
No, watch next when the king leaves, he will start getting in there because when they say on the ground, all the reporters that went under the table, right? And few of them were taking the wine bottle, they were taking the champagne bottle. Can you imagine that there's shooter in the building and the people taking the champagne bottle?
Our first begin that if he were pregnant. You hide behind a woman. Everybody's scared of.
Can you imagine put his wife in the front?
Why
you go in the front? Why you didn't go and say, honey, come on?
No, the man put that in. Why not see there?
Yeah. Then that guy John, what are you going Brown Kennedy?
And a lot of serious thing at the back seat, and they grab people at the place. I grab the vice president.
Oh, the vice president. They told him to go. He want ask what's going on.
The minute to order protect you, you're not gonna go to there.
Trump was trying to go. He fell and dragged you.
Oh yeah. The man better.
He's a heavy guy, right? And they had two Secret Service women there. The guy fell.
The man you fall. You are trying to do that.
He's in for.
They didn't call live, but man, nobody want to die.
You could hear it.
I would have taken governor for the first. What?
Of course.
I was like, bro.
But at least thank God the guy didn't breach, but the guy didn't enter the hall. But it would have been very possible. But the fact that they say why he breached the first phase, but again, it's because he was in the hotel.
Right.
So
he checked in, covered it early. But
so
you can tell he was not a bad person because the gun he had couldn't do much harm. When you're talking about like if it was like an AR-15, that is a real. We're talking about mass murder.
Oh yeah.
A magazine that will have about 100 to 200.
But why is that?
They do a video game engineer.
Yeah.
Carry you got.
And guess what? That's from UC, University of California.
Smart boy, man.
Smart, very brilliant guy.
Well,
the man said the post. Somebody told you get right.
His whole life spending rest 11 jail now.
Yeah, even one. They attempted the first one. There are 3 charges. They attempted assassination of the president. That was a lifetime imprisonment.
Lifetime.
Then the second one, transporting weapon to conduct from state that is minimum of 10 years, maximum of 20 years in jail. The second one also is minimum of 15, maximum of 30.
Yeah, the lady said they got even more coming, more charges coming.
They were left so sweet. You man, I swear.
So he's done. He's done. He's done.
Well, hopefully, his lawyer, he got to be mentally disturbed, because who would want to waste a good like me, spend all your time to get a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in mathematical engineering?
I think I say maybe that mental problem. Nobody.
Yeah, it has to be.
31-year-old boy, if you get master 31 years, you smart guy. But you know, it would have been worse. Why if that guy was on suicide person? Well, it would have been worse.
With a bomb, yeah. But the way the guy ran, the way the guy ran, it remind me, you know, the guy who want to get they get money in the jail run. The guy just ran. I mean, he was fast. So how do you carry all that gun and everything?
I can say that thing. I said, well, the method thing, how you can let me break to do those things, because I can't do it.
No, Pewee, you cannot tell. Tomorrow you go sleep tonight. Tomorrow you get out, then you say something pop in your brain.
And the other thing I would pray for whatever happened to me, when I did pie, I said, "Jeff, found too money and blowing up."
But I don't know how you were going to do it, because
no, too many honest people. I can't do that, man.
No, I know, man.
Anyway, I agree. It can be mental problem. I agree. I'm a human being too, right?
But
other people do it right.
No, the other guy in Louisiana, the man killed his 7 children.
His 7 biological children.
He went and killed. What's the
all 7? Did he kill? He killed himself too, right? There were 8.
No, I think he got killed. The police killed him.
Oh, police killed him.
Yeah, they killed him. Yeah, they shot him and he died from the wound.
Jeez. Okay, guys, we'll do it tomorrow.
All right, man.
Okay, man. Thank you.
Disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you can see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for the President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they don't have. They do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Government of Liberia informed that violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Garguah administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Garguah administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the University of Liberia and water over infinity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Garguah can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Garguah presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. First President Garguah is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Jamaican, young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, they made just so 500,000. I mean, Jamaican, the man just went to I forget that Jamaican. The man just went to Ghana the fit and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun just can't reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Liberia. But Liberia
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded Alphas, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.